I've done something wrong. Yeah. Where's the?
I think this should work, and then
Okay.
then
Cool. Okay. Awesome. So welcome to the first workshop on computer vision for ecology at ECCV. This was something that Mohammed and David Russell, who unfortunately wasn't able to be here, had really both come to me and said, hey, it'd be great if we actually had an ecology focused workshop. And so we said, okay, let's try and do it for the first time. And there was a pretty large scale group of organizers. And honestly, like we probably could have used more organizers because I feel like this was slightly complicated. There was a lot of different logistics. I want to apologize to any of the people specifically who were submitting archival papers because there was just so much back and forth. We really apologize for that. But I think in the end, everything got worked out and we're really, really happy to be here. So Julia Chaye, raise your hand. Edward Vendro. Eddie.
Yes.
Hi. And then David Russell, who wasn't able to be here, and his PhD advisor, Derek Young from UC Davis, who are both forest ecologists, as well as Mohammed, Andrew, and Faizan, who came from KAUST. All of us, I think, put in a good amount of time trying to bring this all together. And first, I wanted to just motivate, I guess, maybe some of the history of why we thought that we wanted to have a workshop specifically at the intersection of computer vision and ecology. So the first conference I ever went to, or maybe the first computer vision conference I ever went to, was at ICCV back in 2017, where we had a visual wildlife monitoring workshop. This was run by Saket Anand and Chuck Stewart and a few others. And this was it was a small room like this. It was super exciting to have everyone there. And it really did start, for me at least, some conversations that later turned into collaborations, you know, and now it's been 6-7 years. Then there was another 2019 workshop on computer vision for wildlife conservation in Seoul at ICCV 2019. And then for a long time, there have been these sort of adjacent workshops to ecology. So those first two were both focused on wildlife. And then we have the fine-grained visual categorization workshop. That's actually been running now for 11 different sessions. And that's always had a little bit of ecology work typed in there. There's the Earth Vision workshop, which I think has been running for 15 years. More?
9 years.
9 years. Just too excited about Earth Vision. And again, you know, there's so much sort of synonymity there, but it's not quite ecology focused. There's CV for animals. This is now run 3 times, and I think will continue. Again, animal focus, tied in more, I think, with behavior. And then there's things like the multi-Earth workshop, which happened twice. This was a multimodal Earth monitoring workshop. There have been quite a few workshops dancing around this topic. But the thing that was missing from a lot of these, I think, was actually the connection with the ecology science. And thinking about sort of bridging the gap and moving from just the computer vision and incorporating more of that context from ecology. And so this is the first ecology focused workshop at a CV conference. We're super happy you're all here. And Mohammed is going to just briefly go over some of the logistics and the schedule and what we have to look forward to today.
Thanks, sir. So we have a pretty packed schedule of fantastic speakers. So we fantastic lineup of speakers. We're honored to have all of you today to facilitate this needed discussion between ecologists and computer science, and hope you have a lot of fun hearing from our fantastic speakers and also in the panel discussion. Can you? Okay, and we have a panel discussion that will start at 11:15 for about an hour, where we want to engage with the panelists and also the audience to basically facilitate more discussions on this topic and what are the challenges This panel will be focusing on computer vision in the real world, what is needed for this technology to be useful and be more assisting to ecology practice. We are also organizing a challenge, the fish challenge, and we will announce the winners and awards later. We have 3 winners, 17 participants on the FishNet challenge, which covers thousands of fish species. And the details will be covered in this at 10:30. We will have also poster session that will run from 9:50 to 10:30. We hope to facilitate all the posters to be here in the room. We will have we assume that we'll have capacity for about 29 posters. Hopefully all will use. This is what we're told. So we hope to. Hopefully we'll figure out a way to. Okay. All right. Okay. Nice. Okay. All right. Cool. Cool. So we. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. So yeah, we hope to have also fun like interactions by the poster sessions. And we have actually beyond that, we didn't expect actually much participation as a first workshop, but against our expectation, we have really a fantastic set of like papers that will be in this poster session. 9 long papers and about like 6 short papers in the archival track, and about 12 non-archival papers. So looking forward to hear your presentations as well. This is just in a summary. We have in total 6 20-minute talks, 1 challenge, 1 poster session, 1 hour panel discussion. And with that, I would like to invite Davis to come over and like set up the presentation while I'm making a small introduction. Now, in the meantime,
can I stop sharing the screen for you?
Yes, yes, please.
Yeah, there we go.
So, pleasure to have you, Davis. David have started as a professor at the University of Zurich in 2017, and then moved to Wageningen University in Netherlands, where he was a chair of Geoinformation Science and Remote Sensing Laboratory. Since 2020, he's back at EPFL, where he is leading the environmental computational science and Earth observation in Sion. There he studies Earth and biodiversity from above with the machine learning and computer vision. So pleasure to have you today.
Thank you, Mohammed. Yeah. All right. Good morning, early birds. It's very good to have you. I know it's early. I'll try to wake you up. Right. So for starting this marathon this morning, I thought of talking about forests. It was my attempt to optimize something different with what Blair will say and Diego and then all the others. Let's see if I'm successful. So I entitled the talk "Fantastic Forests and Where to Find Them," thanks to a discussion at the restaurant yesterday evening. I think it was a very good title given the topic. So let's get started. So I guess everybody has noticed that it's getting hotter everywhere. Summers are hotter, it rains more extremes. And in the region where we live, it's called Valais. There is this projection of 2.6 degrees by 2060. I mean, it's one of the strongest RCP, but you know, it's gonna be hot, and especially people of more mature will probably suffer more for this type of situation. So we need to make everything we can to fight that. So what do you do when it's warm? Let's see, audience, dear audience, what do you do? Sweat. You sweat, okay, but more actively. You go up in altitude, all right. What else? Nah, that's a very American thing to say. Air conditioning is not allowed. Swim. Oh, very good. Blair, you win both the prizes for today. So did you already see the presentation? No. Okay, so we go up in altitude because higher up it's fresher. And we go in the water because water is refreshing, at least. where I go. And these are two images of where we live, just if you want to pay us a visit. It's pretty nice. What do trees do when it's warm? Do you know? Yeah. Damn. Why the enable content? Enable content. So sorry, this almost worked. Oh, no, please. So my joke is not. Do you know that? Don't you wish trees could do that? No, unfortunately, only the ant in the Lord of the Rings can do that. Trees will have to do it differently. And to understand what's going on in our region and everywhere else in mountain environments, we took the liberty of studying how to regionally map forests at very high resolution. So yeah, trees move. They're not static, even though they seem like being static. They just move very slowly. Okay, in the northern Alps, where I live, well, they tend to go up in altitude because latitudinally there is not much else we can do. So there is this concept of a tree line. I'll use my mouse so people online can see. And the tree line is basically an altitude line where the trees are observed, and above this tree line, they're not observed anymore. It's not a climatic limit. The climatic limit is hopefully higher than that. So there is still some space for them to migrate higher up. But let's say that we're getting closer. Okay. And the thing that we want to understand is where we stand with this tree line. How much space do we have for further altitude migrations, and why in some places is moving faster than others. So it's not something that we discovered, of course. Ecologists have been studying that for many, many years. The story is that most of these studies have been very localized. So we're talking about field work with these plots that are maybe 100 meter, 1 hectare sized, and they just revisit and see how forest has been moving up and up and up. And then they have a complete cartography of the dynamics, but in a very, very small spatial extent. Okay, so it's spatially limited, and it's also temporally limited because those projects are maybe few decades old, and they don't go back, let's say 80, 90, 100 years. Okay, and that's totally fine. The studies are amazing, and but we thought of doing that in a way that is a little bit more spatially detailed, large, and with a good temporal coverage. How, you will ask me, right? Yes, how? Okay, I know it's the morning. It's the morning for me as well. So in Switzerland, we have this resource that is fantastic, which is very high resolution IRL images over the whole national territory. Okay, so this is for a random place close to our lab in 2020, and this is the type of data and resolution you can get. But it's not only a one shot. We also can go back in time because, you know, our mapping agency named SwissTopo has been very consistent and thorough and been acquiring data over and over. So this is the 2000 and 1990, 1980, 1970, and you can go back and back and back and back and back until 1946, to be exact. So we're in a computer vision conference. You immediately see the challenges, right? What are the challenges? I'm waiting, you know. Sorry? Registration, okay. They're doing a fairly good job, but still, yeah.
Temporal change.
Temporal change, yes, but more on the data itself. Resolution, so it's all between 25 and 1 meter, let's say. Distribution shift, absolutely. I'm sure you have noticed some of this is color, some of this is black and white. And now just look at one of these two circles. You pick your favorite, and I just go 1970 versus today, and you will see that we can see the change. That's great. But you know, black and white image versus color image, blurry versus sharp, shades completely different depending on the time of the flight. You name it. There is a lot of those shifts that are complex, and you know, that's really a goldmine of data. But it's also a lot of data. So we took everything that was between 1,500 and 2,500 meters over the whole regions where we live. Now we're mapping the whole of the country. And yeah, 6,000 square kilometers at 50 centimeter resolution. So it's significant data, So we took the approach that you are all imagining, which is, I'm bad, I keep asking questions. So what are we doing? Are we using an LLM? No. Come on. A detector? Yeah, we do semantic segmentation, no? Okay, so we started with something relatively standard, which is a UNet with a cross entropy between the labels and the prediction. The labels are provided by the Swiss mapping agency. They have annotators that annotate every single region of the country. This is also why the product is updated only every 6 years. It's because it takes a lot of time to do it manually, but it's very high quality. And so you can train a UNet for 2020 and basically get your prediction that looks a little bit like this here, and it's pretty good. But we have this temporal data, okay? And the temporal data, we don't have the labels anymore, right? This is a bit of a problem, but here we are at ECCV. I mean, you know what we're doing. So we go into some temporal modeling and that's fine. So we went for a GRU, or you could have done an LSTM, it's the same. And then we have this little difference that we weight the gates proportional to the time lag, because between the different images, sometimes it's 1 year difference, sometimes it's 2, sometimes it's 3. It depends where they flew. And so we try to modulate the memory depending on the time lag. And, we like this, we're able to have with these 2 losses, one that is the cross entropy in 2020 between prediction and labels. And the second one is basically comparing maps across times and seeing if there is consistency, because forests move very slowly. So if you look at 2 acquisitions that are maybe 5 years apart, you can assume that one is the ground truth and the other is the prediction, and then you flip and you do the other way around. And you do that for this pair, for that pair, for that pair, and it gives you consistency. Finally, we also wanted to add some prior knowledge about it to make it even nicer. And in this case, we thought about what we know about forest progression. So one thing is that it progresses very slowly. And the second thing is that it doesn't happen that forest appears out of the blue, but it happens that forest disappears out of the blue when they cut it, or when there is a forest fire, you name it. So we had the second loss, where we basically were using the gradients of the forest progression. So we were taking like the orthogonal component of the forest line, and then we were looking at gradients between 2 time steps. So if they were consistent, where's the mouse? If they were consistent, then we don't penalize, like here. If they are inconsistent, like here, like in 1 time step going to the left, in the other time step going to the right, which is absurd, we will penalize a lot. And to account for disappearing forests after fires, for example, we were looking just at the prediction at the 2nd time step. If forest disappears, the gradient is 0 because it doesn't point anywhere. Okay. So with these 2 components, we were able to have some results. We evaluated over the whole time series, and using time seems to help. I know, no kidding, but so we're going for 72 to 81% in accuracy. As you can see, I mean, it works well for the old images. It doesn't really do much for the current images because we have the labels for the current images, so that the supervised part is much more important. And then among the different losses, we saw that actually using this knowledge-based loss, which is TCA that you see here at the bottom, it's actually very helpful, and it helps to get the best results. So having some like knowledge-based type of prediction was what really made the trick. This allowed us to map the forest everywhere. So you can see here, so from the top of the bottom of the image, we're going up in altitude. Okay, so we can see that in the 1940s, the forest was here when it's red, and today it's here when it's blue. So we're talking about a almost 200-meter gradient, which is a lot if you think about it. In 80 years, it is a lot of movement of the forest. And now we're busy studying why is that, and why in some places it's very strong, like here, and why in other places not so much, like here. If you want to have fun and explore the map, you just take a picture of this QR code, or it's a Google Earth Engine app. Cool. Sorry, I know I'm going fast, but we are on a schedule. Great. So now we are able to map the forest in the Swiss Alps at a super high resolution, and this is amazing. But now, if you want to study this at scale, it's complicated for a number of reasons. Like you don't have the aerial image at such high resolution. Maybe you don't have the temporal granularity that we used to have. And so we had to take a different approach. Okay, so we thought of working at a much larger scale, the globe, and to look at a large number of species. Yes.
How granular is it? Is the temporal?
In the previous one?
Yeah.
So we were having data every five years, more or less, since the 1940s. But then it's very inconsistent because it depends where data were flown. So in some regions, it's a 1 year, in other region it's 3 years later. And so the data are temporally different at every location, which made it
And how centimeters of
from airplanes.
airplane?
Yes,
Okay.
so it's from airplanes. In the 40s, it was a crazy man with a camera just leaning out of the plane, and now it's more like a sensor in the airplane that it's very safe. And yeah, I have pictures. Wait, I'll just get out for a second from the slideshow. Here, so this is the 1940s setup. Serious, and this is the today's setup. Yeah, so
Wow.
it's quite crazy. Yeah. Okay, so basically now we represent the work of Nina, who is in the room, and we wanted to map 3 species at scale globally, and we basically grabbed whatever we could find out in the open, and we found this 13 different databases, grabbed this 30 million of observation of presence of single species, so it's presence only data set, and we started to train species distribution models to be able to map the presence of these 10,500 species globally. Okay, and the story is that the idea here was to not only map globally, but also to project where the trees will be in the future. So this kind of forced us not to use satellite images directly, because if you want to project in the future, no satellite images, right? So we used a number of environmental predictors that can be, climate variables, soil variables, and this type of things, at a 1 kilometer resolution, roughly, globally. And from those variables, we predicted whether a species is observable or not at a given place. So a species distribution model. And we made it. So we had this 10,000 species map at the level of the planet. So with an accuracy of roughly 75% in validation and 50 something in test. Remember, we're talking at the planetary scale, so forget about 100% accuracies. And when we had these maps, we actually played the game of projecting in the future, because we had the climatic variables for today, and we started to look at the climatic variables that could be observed in 2100. Okay, sorry, and this is the map of all the counting of species all over the globe. And then we started to play with those. So we ran climate models with an SSP scenario of 5.81, which is not the toughest. The toughest is like 8.5, but it's the closest to a scenario where we stay roughly on the same path, which is 4.5. So basically, thanks to these models, we can simulate these maps of temperature, soil, blah blah blah, in 2100, and then run the same species distribution model. Of course, we assume that the trees will behave the same, which is not true. But this is kind of the assumptions that we did. And thanks to that, we could observe a number of interesting things. There will be, for example, that species will, there will be more and more species in boreal areas, for example, and the species will unfortunately collapse in many other biomes, as you can see here, especially in the temperate climate where we live. So not super nice news, but at least we could start to have this type of reflection on what the world would look like at the end of the century. And of course, I don't show you the maps because they're, guesses on what is going to happen in 2100. Voila! So this was very fast, I know, but I wanted to tell you all of this in 20 minutes. Am I okay time-wise? Fantastic. I still have a couple of minutes to wrap up. So just remember, forests are under pressure. They're under pressure everywhere. In the Alps, we experience it maybe a little bit faster because of the strong gradients, not so much space, but this is a global problem that we're all facing. And so it's time to, get together. And I think this is the right audience. I know many people here in the room work on forest. Loic, I know you're here, but I don't see you. There you are. Or Dimitri or Nico. I mean, there's a lot of people here excited by forests. So what can we say? Let's get together and do something relevant. And let's not go crazy about compute, because the larger the model, the more emission it does. And if you generate more emission than what you save by the studio make, it's a little bit pointless what you're doing. Anyway, this is it. These are all the different things the lab will be doing at ECCV. So if you are in one of these events, I mean, the first is easy, you're already in this event, but just, swing by and say hi. We're happy to discuss. Thank you very much.
Thank you, David, for that inspiring talk.
My pleasure.
We have some time for questions.
You still need a coffee, huh? Hannah.
Soil grade data set with the climate variables. Do you expect that the soil content would change also as the climate variables are changing?
I mean, we made the assumption that it didn't, but of course it will. Yeah, it's sorry, it's not a very interesting answer, but yeah, we simulated the climate variables. Yeah.
There's other studies that show that we can expect the soil not to change as fast as the climate. So it's not unreasonable to soil variables from it would be nicer to even modeling soil currently is already challenging, so we're not able to.
Yeah, but it's difficult to actually have data about it because soil grids is based on machine learning modeling. So it is related to current data. So projecting is very complicated. Yeah.
So I want to get your thoughts on how this technology can be maybe further developed, maybe in the next maybe 5 years to facilitate interventional, I would say, development or intervention decision making with AI.
Yeah.
For example, let's say the environment is getting worse or something like it's heating up, or maybe some forest is gonna disappear or something like that. Can AI be developed in a way that invites decisions that can make the environment better?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I have a very partial answer about this, but I think that we should put our efforts in working together with decision makers and communicate our results right, rather than trying to make more complex models that will, improve the things by 0.5%. So I think we should put efforts really into make ourselves heard by people who really take the decisions, and those people are actually very much interested in what we're doing. We just don't have this access point. And for example, for the Swiss forest study, we work actively with the Swiss Protection of Forest Office, and we're now trying to really validate those maps with them. So it's the first step of gaining trust, because otherwise, I mean, they get contacted all the time by people say, hey, we're going to solve your problems with AI. But this is not how it works. How it works is that you need to talk to them and co-create, and that they need to own it. And I think that if you do that, we have much higher chances to be heard than try to sell products to people who are not interested. So I think communication and co-creation is more important than having the latest model implemented.
I think there's again share the same hope to communicate with decision makers and make it.
Cool.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
I would like to invite them there. So there's going to give us a talk on drone-based observation for wildlife behavior ecology and conservation. Blair Costello is a behavior ecologist interested in collective and anti-predator behavior for large African animals. As an EU-funded Mary, okay. Sorry for this.
Very curious.
Corey, okay. Dr. Farrell, she led her Hover project to develop drone and image-based methods for studying collective behavior of animals in their natural environments. She currently is a principal investigator at new-funded Wild Drone Project, which aims at to develop new drone and image-based tracking tools for wildlife conservation missions. And her research focuses on understanding the role of animal behavior in driving broader-scale ecological processes. Blair is project leader at the Max Planck Institute of Animal Behavior and the Center of Advanced Study of Collective Behavior at the University of Constance in Germany. She earned her PhD in ecology and evolutionary biology from Princeton University in 2014. With that, please, Blair, take it away. Right, do you need help? So if you have sound, you need to share with screen.
I know that.
You don't have the sound? Okay, please.
Hey. You guys can hear me. I think I'm actually gonna sit, so I'm not. You guys can see the slides. Okay. And then let me make sure I can advance. So. Thanks everybody for coming, and thank you so much for inviting me to be here. This is really, really super exciting. I've heard a lot about these types of workshops, and so I'm really excited to be here to participate in this one. So I'm a behavioral ecologist, which means I'm really interested in how animals use behavior to interact with their environment and how the environment in turn shapes the behavioral patterns of animals. I'm particularly interested in how the behavior of animals drives processes at broader ecological scale, so from groups to populations to communities and ecosystems. Today, I want to tell you about how and why I use drones and image-based methods in my work, and then lay out what I see as some of the major barriers to wider and more effective use of this technology in my field. Okay. So my own work focuses specifically on anti-predator behavior, or the behavioral strategies that animals use to prevent themselves from being eaten by a predator. I work mostly in Kenya, where I study ungulates, or large toothed mammals like these wildebeests. And I'm particularly interested in collective anti-predator behavior, which deals with questions of how groups of prey collect information from the environment, share that information among themselves, and use that to sort of coordinate their responses to predators. So anti-predator behavior is really a great lens through which to study these multi-scale impacts of animal behavior, because the risk of predation, predation has a massive negative impact on prey survival and fitness, and so it drives all sorts of different behavioral strategies in prey that affect how they interact with their social and physical environments. So here I've laid out the stages in a progression of a predator-prey interaction. And at each stage, I've given some examples of the behaviors that prey can use to try to sort of get off the ride or prevent this thing from ending in its own death. And again, a lot of these behaviors affect how animals interact with their environments and thus can drive ecological processes. So for example, prey often prefer habitats where predators are scarce, or rely on burrows or vegetation or other refugia to hide themselves from predators. And these behaviors influence how prey move across their landscape, how they select habitats, how they use space. And so they can affect processes such as seed dispersal or nutrient deposition. Predation risk is one of the main drivers of group formation in animals, and many of the amazing collective capabilities we see in animal groups serve to help them better detect and respond to the predators. And finally, the effectiveness of a species' total suite of anti-predator behaviors will determine how many and which individuals survive, and so this can also drive population dynamics and affect extinction risk. Studying multi-scale behavioral dynamics is a challenging and data-intensive endeavor. So to mechanistically link the behavior of individuals with ecological processes, you have to sample enough animals to understand what variation exists between individuals in a population or a species, and also sample broadly enough to understand how behavioral responses vary across seasons, populations, and ecological conditions. And this is really hard to do using conventional methods of behavioral observation. So typically we collect behavioral data like this, with an observer sitting in a car or watching the animals directly in the field and noting down what they do in a notebook. This approach has really built the foundations of what we understand about animal behavior, but it also really severely limits the resolution of data and volume of data that can be collected and the number of animals we can sample. This approach, I can tell you from personal experience, is also particularly ill-suited to studies of collective behavior, where you really need high-resolution data on all the individuals in a group simultaneously. So to illustrate this, I also have some audience participation, just like Dennis. So to illustrate this, let's consider this group of zebras. Pretend you're interested in understanding how frequently each zebra lifts their head up to look around to see if there's a predator there. We call this vigilance behavior, and it's a pretty central behavior to my work, because vigilance sort of allows the animals to to detect the predator early enough that they can mount other responses. And so let's pretend that you're interested in understanding how each animal in this group allocates their vigilance effort across time, and then what that means for the group level monitoring. So, for example, are there any gaps where no animal in the group is vigilant, where it might be particularly vulnerable? So you can imagine picking one zebra and watching what it does and noting down when the head goes up or when it goes down. Or you could imagine perhaps to get at the group level dynamics, taking a mental snapshot of the group, let's say every minute or so, to look at overall group level patterns. But what you can't do is watch every one of these zebras simultaneously and continuously. That's beyond human cognitive ability, but it's really necessary to study collective behavior. So the obvious answer here at a conference on computer vision is image-based methods. And these have long been used by colleagues who study collective behavior in the lab. And here they usually use a camera mounted over a simple arena where the animals, like this fish school, are moving about against this relatively simple background. The viewpoint from above lets them see all the animals at once with minimal occlusion, and the visually simple environment facilitates the use of automated detection and tracking procedures. And from that, they can efficiently generate continuous movement trajectories for each animal and accurately quantify the spatial relationships within the group. But such a tool did not exist for field studies when I needed it to at the beginning of my postdoc. So this table is from a review paper that was published a few years before the start of my postdoc, showing all the available animal tracking tools. The top axis shows the difficulty of the tracking problem, which is determined by the number of individuals to be tracked and the visual complexity of the habitat. And the vertical axis shows the quality of the output, with higher quality outputs, including continuous trajectories and body pose estimates. And down here in the bottom right corner, we have a big gap. So there were no tools capable of tracking groups of animals in complex habitats while maintaining individual identities and estimating body position. So as a postdoc at the Max Planck Institute of Animal Behavior, I created the Herd Heifer project, which was a collaborative effort to bring these tools, these image-based tracking techniques, from the lab to the field. So, of course, in the field, we use drones to film herds of ungulates from directly overhead. We again prefer a direct overhead viewpoint because this lets us accurately gauge the spatial positions of the animals, and it minimizes occlusions in habitats where you have things like bushes and trees. I wanted longer observations and could be achieved with a single drone battery, so we flew 2 drones in a relay. So one drone went out, observed the animals until its battery got low, then we sent a second drone up 10 meters above, brought the first drone home, the second drone lowers down and continues the observation. And so with this approach, we were able to get observations around an hour or more, which was our goal. I was also interested in how the surrounding environment impacted the behavior of animals. So after conducting our observations, we revisited each site with a fixed wing drone, which we used to collect an overlapping grid of images that covered the entire observation area. We then fed these images into Pix4D, a photogrammetry software, to create these 3D models of the landscape from which I can quantify things like bush density and habitat visibility. Now, since I'm interested in animals' responses to threats, I had to give them a threat to respond to. So in this case, we acted as the predators. So after observing the animals for some time, 2 members of our team would approach them on foot through the bush and scare them away. And while we're not as scary as, you know, a cheetah or, no, sorry, it's pretty jumpy. While we're not as fierce as a cheetah or a lion, they're still pretty keen to detect and respond to us. So after the field work was complete, I of course had to turn these beautiful videos into actual data. So detection at this point was challenging because we didn't have that visually simple setup of the lab environment. Ungulate species vary a lot in their size and their appearance and their degree of contrast with the background. The background itself is very variable within and across observations, and the lighting conditions are really dynamic. Also, our camera's not fixed, but rather moves with the animals across the landscape, which can really complicate the tracking problem. So after much annotation, we use faster RCNN to detect the animals in our video frames. We focus primarily on zebras due to their relatively large body size and the high contrast with the environment. The detection here is implemented by Ben Koger, who is then a PhD student and is now an assistant professor at the University of Wyoming. Ben also developed tracking software to link these detections across frames and a GUI for correcting the errors in that tracking output. So after detection, tracking, and track correction, we have complete trajectories, but these are in the pixel coordinates of the video frame. And when your camera moves, a set of pixel coordinates can refer to multiple real-world locations. So if the camera moves, it's impossible to disentangle the movement of the camera from the movement of the animals from just the trajectories. And so this mess is 18 zebras moving for 45 minutes, and you can see it's really not that useful. So to accurately project points from this pixel space into geographic space, we need to know two things. We need to know the topography of the underlying landscape, and we need to know the position of the camera relative to that landscape. The drone does have a GPS to track its location, but it's not really accurate enough for the type of projection that we need to do. So to solve this problem, we turned again to the photogrammetry that we've used to create our larger landscape models. And so as the photogrammetry software aligns overlapping photos to resolve the geometry of the landscape, it's also resolving very precisely the location of the camera relative to that landscape. And so this information was the key. So we used a subset of our video frames to create a landscape model, which you see here on the left. And then we georeferenced this, the small map to the larger landscape maps that we made with the more accurate drones. And so this camera location and topography information allowed us to get these animal locations out of pixel space into geographic coordinates. And so this is what 45 minutes of movement by 18 zebras looks like when you can properly account for that camera movement. These tracks have locations 30 times per second, and it's sub-meter accuracy. So we can also combine our trajectories with our landscape maps to further explore the effects of the environment on animals' movement. So on the right side of this image, the trees and bushes are rendered in blues and greens according to their heights. And you can see how these structures actually shape the movement of the zebras. As another example of behavioral interactions with the environment, here we've reconstructed the visual fields of a herd of zebra moving through one of our 3D landscape models. So this lets me sort of quantify the area that animals can visually access and compare that between individuals and between locations of the animals, and explore questions such as how an animal's fine-scale movement choices affect its access to visual information, or how individuals within a group structure their positions in order to maintain visual contact and information flow within groups. Of course, with high-resolution imagery, we can go beyond movement trajectories. We can zoom in on each individual and actually see in detail what it's doing, who it's interacting with, and how. I can see when each animal raises its head, and so I can see the flow of information once they detect our presence. I can see how that awareness flows to the group. We can take this one step further and apply pose estimation techniques to get information on head and body orientation, and even the frequency of tail movements. So this is done with the Pose Kit, which is a software package that was developed by Jake Graving, who is another member of the Herd Hover project. And this was, to our knowledge, the first application of pose estimation to drone footage of animals. So we published these methods last year in the Journal of Ecology as a research methods guide. And this includes all the code and data necessary to recreate two worked examples that we included, one on Grevy zebra and one on gelato monkeys, which you see there on the cover. And with this project, we've sort of demonstrated the massive potential of drone-based imaging for animal behavior research and the power of this approach to potentially generate the types of data sets we need to study the cross-scale ecological dynamics of behavior. We've also taken a big step towards filling the bottom right hand of this table. But I think there's still a major piece of the puzzle that's missing for behavioral studies, and it's actually the behavior. So trajectories and posture estimates are really valuable. They can tell us a lot. They can help us answer a lot of questions that we weren't able to answer before. But I would say if you want to know what an animal is doing in a particular video sequence, whether it's foraging, whether it's vigilant, whether it's socializing with whom and in what way, the most efficient approach is still to watch the videos, to zoom in on those animals and watch what they're doing, and score that behavior manually. So that's a really huge bottleneck. So I would say we aren't really in the era of big behavioral data yet, but we're rather in an era of big XYZ data or big trajectory data. And again, while this is valuable, I think it does limit the behavioral questions we can robustly address. So to give a really basic example, but one that's pretty central to my research, we can go back to vigilance behavior again. Again, this is the behavior where an animal just lifts up its head to have a look around. This would be a really easy behavior to pull out using pose estimation if we were filming from an oblique angle like you see here in this example. But again, in many cases, we prefer to film from this nadir angle because of the ease of understanding the spatial relationships between the animals, and because there are actually quite a lot of occlusions in the environment that are a problem if you're at a lower angle. And so from this perspective, in these small videos, it's possible for a human to actually detect these vertical head movements, even from this angle. But so far, we've not really been able to pull these out automatically. One possible solution that I was discussing just last week with Vandita, who's a PhD student at Bruno Kessler and a member of our Wild Drone Doctoral Training Network, has to do with synthetic data and using synthetic data generated in photorealistic environments with rigged animal models. So the idea here is that we could take some video footage of zebras from a ground level perspective, which is really abundant and easy to get. We could apply pose estimation to those videos, project those. If you guys tell me when this gets crazy, because I really don't know. Project those 2D pose estimates into 3D, use those to animate some photorealistic zebras, put them in a photorealistic model, film them from above in a way that approximates a sort of video footage we have from the real world, and then use this data to either validate models that we're developing or maybe even train them. In sort of researching the viability of this idea, I came across Zebra Pose, which is a recent preprint out of Uni Stuttgart and the Max Planck Institute of Intelligent Systems. Here they're using static synthetic data to train detection and pose estimation models. They're using zebras. So I'm encouraged that there's already work in this area, that this approach might be viable, but I'd be really interested to hear from anybody who has thoughts on this. And so in my last few minutes, I want to make the broader point that although this particular behavior of vigilance described by pose estimation, in general, there's not a one-to-one relationship between body pose and behavior. So pose does not equal behavior, and that's for a few reasons. First, very different behaviors can use very similar sequences of poses. So for example, here are two dogs playing, having a great time. Good dogs, good boys. And here are two dogs who are performing very similar body movements, but are definitely not playing. And we can tell these apart as humans because of information in the images beyond body posture. So in this case, the facial expressions of the dogs are pretty salient. It's also true that the same behavior, let's say swimming, can look really different across contexts. So for example, when it's done by different species. So elephants swim, and they swim very differently from a fish swims. The behavior can also differ for a single animal across different life stages. So here an extreme example would be a tadpole versus a frog, the same animal that you might be studying across its life, completely different body appearance and different postures for the same behavior. And of course, it's not just movement that matters, but the context in which that movement occurs. So this bird's courtship dance would be much less impressive to us as well as female birds if it were performed in different lighting conditions, with non-breeding plumage, or in the absence of a female. And so in those cases, as behavioral observers, we would probably interpret the dance not as a true courtship effort, but rather as a practice or a learning experience or play even. And we as biologists complicate things even further, of course. So we don't generally have agreed upon behavioral definitions. We change which animals and which behaviors we care about, and how we might split or group behaviors into categories based on what questions we're addressing in a given study. So a tool for classifying animal behavior from imagery has to go beyond pose estimation to take advantage of the wealth of information embodied in images and videos. And it has to be flexible and easy to adapt to different use cases, so different species, different life stages, and different behavioral suites. And so this is what I see as the key to moving us from the current era of big trajectory data into a true era of big behavioral data. And I'm really, really keen to talk to anybody who's interested in this challenge and has ideas. And so with that, I want to acknowledge some of the collaborators who contributed to the work I've presented today, as well as my field site funding sources, and thank you guys all for listening, and I'm happy to take questions if I have time.
Yeah, please.
Let's say we solve your problem here in the Netherlands. Then how do you validate whether it's doing the right thing? You know that we other behavior analysts think that's not one end of that.
Well, so when I say that we don't have the same definitions, like when we're defining our study, we would define the behaviors maybe slightly differently, but a part of our work as behaviorists is making clear what that definition is. And so so the way we sort of validate our data collection, because often you do have multiple observers collecting data for a study. And so we have inter-observer reliability tests where, for example, we would all watch a series of the same videos and we would make sure that if I'm the gold standard, they agree with me. And so it would be something like that.
You know, some kind of uncertainty.
Yeah. Mhm. And yeah, so you aim for some level of agreement, but there's a little bit of variation for sure.
Has there been any research into like links between semantic or like spatial like patterns between
So have there been any studies between the links of the locations of plants versus the zebras?
so like in order to determine the behavior, like for example, the relative position of could that be used?
I don't know of any work. It's an interesting idea, and I definitely think that some behaviors are more common in certain contexts. So I could see that adding information that could help you to determine the behavior for sure. Well, idea.
All right. Let's thank there again. Thank you. So welcome Diego Marcus, our next speaker. Diego is a tenure track general professor at INRIA in France, specializing in developing machine learning and computer vision methods to solve environmental and Earth observation problem. His research interest includes creating more interpretable computer vision methods for species identification and building species distribution models using citizen science and Earth observation data. He holds a PhD from Wageningen University, Master's in Computational Science and Engineering from the ECCV' in Switzerland. With that, please take it away.
Yeah, thanks a lot. So just to manage expectations, there will be no videos in my presentation and also no real cool real world applications. But I will try to be quick so we can all go together for coffee. So what I will be talking about very quickly before the coffee is about okay, how do we go about getting a species ID model, computer vision model that behaves a little bit more like an expert. So I'm like I usually work in the context of PlantNet. So usually I would talk about a botanist, but this could be also an ornithologist or so on, right? So we all have a rough idea of how deep learning models work now for species ID, and it's something like this. So you get an image, you put it into a model, gives you like some probabilities of presence of a species in this image. And so this is how the PlantNet model works. iNaturalist, Merlin, all of them work like this. So it's basically a black box that just gives you species probabilities. And I mean, we're pretty happy with that because they work quite well. I don't know if someone here in the audience uses these apps for like plant identification, bird identification. They actually work very well. So that's cool. But they have some limitations. Like the obvious one is that they are limited to the set of training species. They can not predict the presence of a species that has not been seen during training. And also they don't allow for much interaction with the user. Like maybe the user knows a bit more of a particular species and will be able to give some feedback in some way, or would like to explore a bit more what the reasoning of the model was in order to learn from it. This is not possible with this type of models. So what we're trying to build eventually would be something like this, where basically there is still a black box, there's still like a deep learning component that from an image finds maybe like all of the relevant parts that are important to identify what species it is, would describe each part in natural language or something similar, maybe like with just like trait symbols, something like this. And then based on these trait symbols, try to build something more interpretable like a decision tree, as has traditionally been done by taxonomists. So we have some work already done on at least this part. So tomorrow we'll be presenting in the in oral session 1A some work on discovering parts from images. We have some examples with birds. With plants, to be honest, doesn't work yet. We're still working on that. But the idea is to discover parts in a fully unsupervised way, so only with supervision of classes, that this is the aim. And the next thing would be, so well, these are just some examples, but I think like Anantu Aniraj will be presenting this more in detail tomorrow. The next thing would be to describe each of these detected parts. But then, of course, how? It's a question, right? Like maybe you know CUB, or it's pronounced CUB, I don't know. It is a data set that is used a lot in this context, where the authors went through like the effort of annotating several thousands of bird images with parts annotations, as well as attributes like traits annotations. This was done with Mechanical Turk, and it was like a very cool effort, and we used it a lot to test our models. But using Mechanical Turk, okay, I mean, maybe expensive and you can find the money, but it's not so reliable. Like you cannot usually expect people on Mechanical Turk to be able to provide very detailed trait information. So you need to give some instructions, like it's given here, and for some traits that are intuitive, it should be fine. But if you go to like more specialized traits, like in plants, for instance, or if you want to annotate on plankton, then it would be really hard. And also, we wouldn't be able to scale it too much, so we would like to expand this to cover like thousands of species and any desirable set of traits. So in principle, let's say that I want to say, okay, this is my list of species of interest, and this is my list of traits that I'm interested in, and all of the possible values that these traits can take. So how to go about it, right? So what some people would suggest is, let's ask ChatGPT. And this actually works to some extent with common species for which there is a lot of text available online. But if you go towards the long tail of the distribution of species, and it's a very long one, usually ChatGPT can and will make mistakes. So it's also not reliable. You cannot just extract out of ChatGPT reliable trait information for relatively uncommon species. So the other approach would be to ask Google, because in the end, even for rare species, there is often at least somewhere, some websites, some PDF that describes the species, because all species by definition have been, so if they have a name, they have been described at some point by someone. And often this description is available somewhere online, even if it's a relatively like rare piece of text, therefore it won't have like a lot of impact on the model in ChatGPT. You can still find it on Google. And indeed, if you type any species name on Google, you usually find several websites that if you look into them, they will have some paragraphs that do describe some traits of the species, and some of them will be morphological traits that are useful for identifying the species. So for this, we first need to build a classifier, like a text classifier that would tell us if a specific sentence or paragraph is likely to belong to a species description. And for this, what we did is we went into structured websites like Wikipedia that often have a section that says description and other sections. And so we would say, okay, the description section is a positive, like many sentences inside the description section should be species descriptions, and every other section is probably a negative, so they should probably not contain many description sentences. So this is not 100% true. So here we played a little bit with like a noise robust losses for training this classifier, but in the end we fine-tuned like BERT on several data sets that are quite structured. So like we trained it on these 3 data sets, and we kept 2 additional data sets just to validate the results. So with several dozens of thousands of species pages. And overall, this approach works. So you can see that in general. So once we go to the test sets, mostly the recall software, so it's not able to find all of the description species sentences within the text, but also we need to be aware that the noise robust loss will tend to do this, because maybe some of the so maybe our ground truth is not correct in that we say if a sentence is inside the description section is a description, and this is not always true. So we assume that, okay, this is probably fine. So now we have a fine-tuned BERT model that allows us to do this. So we just get any text, we can apply it, and it tells us what is the probability that any given sentence is as a species description. Now that we have a species descriptions queried from Google and then classified with this model, then we can ask ChatGPT or any LLM, right? So now we have generally observed that if you give an LLM text and ask questions about the text, it is generally, like now, it's generally quite accurate, so it doesn't make up too much stuff. So we would give, like in blue, the text that we have found online, like using the Google API, and we have decided, okay, this is a description based on this on this classification model that we trained. We give, okay, the traits that we want is fruit color, and these are the possible colors that we want to consider. And so ChatGPT would give us the correct answer. So here somewhere it says the fruits are black to brown, and this is kind of easily picked up.
How do you decide for each species which pages if you Google this, which sources you want to pick, and which paragraphs, maybe some of this is not readable?
So we picked all. So we just did like a Google search with the search engine API. We just downloaded all of the text. We applied the classifier. We checked if the species name appears on the title to make sure that the page is likely to be about the species and not just mentioning it. But then we took all the text that was positive description sentence.
By positive, you mean what?
So as classified by our classification model as a descriptive sentence.
How do you train this classifier?
So the classifier is trained with this. So basically with Wikipedia and other structured websites where we say, okay, the positive descriptions are those that are in the description section. Negatives are those that are outside of the description section, and we train a binary classifier. Okay, so in practice, because we are in France and also because it was cheaper, we use Mistral. It also works. like the more specific prompt that we use was a bit more complicated, so it's still like the same concept. In black, we see the instructions that we gave the LLM. In blue, we insert the text that we found online, so that we gave simultaneously, because the models now have like a long enough context. We basically took all of the text that we found on all of the websites that were queried from Google, all the text that was found to be descriptive, we just put it together into like a big chunk of text, and we gave it in this exact way, with some description of the task, and also with a dictionary defining the traits and the possible trait values that we wanted to consider. And more or less systematically, so like it doesn't work every time, like sometimes the LLM does some weird stuff, but more or less systematically, the LLM would follow our instructions and provide a dictionary that says, okay, this trait has this particular trait value. Like in this case, based on the text, the LLM tells us the type of the plant is a tree, and the phyllotaxis is alternate. And indeed, if you look inside this text, somewhere those are the traits that are mentioned, and we found that generally is correct, but we wanted to evaluate this a bit more systematically. So I mean, this is like the general workflow that we have in the end. So we start with a query that consists of a species name. So this is our query that is sent to Google, basically to Google search. We use some URLs, we download them, we chunk them into sentences, we classify the sentences into whether it's a description or not. We put them together into like a big chunk of text. We give an additional input that is this dictionary of trait and possible trait values, and then we send this to the LLM. And to evaluate it, we used three different species trait matrices built by botanists. So we used like 3 plant examples with different level of granularity. So like the palm traits has a lot of species, but relatively few traits. And these Caribbean plants is something that we built for this project. It has only 43 species, but 24 different morphological traits. So we explored different levels of complexity, and they were all annotated by expert botanists. And in the end, what we get in all 3 data sets, we get a coverage of slightly more than half. That means that around 45% of the elements in this matrix were basically not found by the LLM at all. So either because they're not the text or because the LLM didn't want to tell us. But in those that were found, we got like F1s of around 75%, which we thought that were quite good. So we are able to basically reproduce the work of the botanists in a fully automatic way. If we look into the, I mean, it's not really a confusion matrix, right? Because this is a multi-label case, like the fruit of a plant can have multiple colors. So we see, so here on the left, we have a correlation matrix in the ground truth. So in this case, it's for fruit type, and we see which fruit types co-occur with each other in the ground truth according to the botanist. And on the right, we see the correlation between the ground truth and the botanists and the prediction by the LLMs. And we see that the pattern is quite repeated. So this, like for this particular trait, it works really well. In some other cases, the pattern is a bit less clear and is a bit more mixed. So in the case of colors, like we see that there is sometimes the botanists don't annotate the color when the fruit is not ripe. Sometimes maybe the LLM kind of mixes up and the color of the flower with the color of the fruit. So this we don't know, but in this case, it seems to work a little bit less well. And when it comes to this 45% of non-retrieved traits, we wanted to find out, is the LLM lazy, right? Is the information there and the LLM is not giving it to us? So for this, we made like a small survey with botanists where we asked, okay, this is some text please tell us if the information about this trait is there or not. And we did the same thing with the LLM. And we found that in general, they agreed quite well, and there was not particular bias, so that there was not particular omission bias in the LLM, so it would generally give us the information if it is there. So we think that then this 45% of missing traits is probably because they were not in the text in the first place. So we probably should improve a little bit the maybe just like the web parsing, like include other types of documents and so on. All right, so I hope that scaling this up can get us to something that is more like how an expert identifies species based on images. Except that there's still like a lot to do, because even if we get these ground truth trait annotations, we still need to train a computer vision model to detect these traits. And this is not an easy problem, because the ground truth is only like at the species level, not at the image level. And particularly with plants, usually like one image contains only one organ, like it's a photo of the leaf, but then this will be associated to basically all traits, including flowers, fruits, and so on. So this is like a weakly supervised problem that we haven't cracked yet, but we'll work on this. And also, like, since a few days ago, we have a preprint on the work on which this presentation is based on archive. We hope it will be published in a journal soon, but it's on archive already. And that's it. Thank you.
Actually, my eyes has opened once you mentioned the COP dataset. This is I spent 5 years working on.
Yeah, I thought so.
Working on this as foundation actually of my PhD, and also I think many people from my generation have really benefited from this. And actually it relates to the how the fishnet challenge it's pretty much inspired fully by how CAP has developed, but just maybe building a fish version of it. So thanks for bringing this.
It seems a lot of work. Like, I mean, it's a great data set. Like, it's like out of all of the data sets that I've tried with image attributes, is the cleanest, it seems, and highest quality. But I don't think you can really like scale it up easily, right? If you want to capture, like, CAP has like 200 species. In principle, you want attributes for like 11,000 species that are all of the bird species there, right? So
yeah, and I pretty much really enjoyed your talk about this really needed research on discovering attributes with, and its integration with LLMs. Very well needed research. Thank you for bringing this to today's table.
Thanks.
So now we have like some time for questions, please. Yeah.
Yes, I have a question actually. So you mentioned that they did to be expensive and not as accurate as you wanted. How do LLM compare in terms of price and
yeah.
And the second one is basically LLM were trained with the whole internet. So obviously on Wikipedia too, what you are doing here is basically fill in with Wikipedia data, and you try to just fill in the prompt, like giving some example of, okay, this is the kind of response we wanted for the data, and how does it compare to the whole training?
Yeah, I mean, we tried in the beginning and it doesn't work. I mean, it works for common images. If you use mostly a European species, so all of the data sets that we have are on tropical species. If you try with European species and North American, it will maybe work to some extent. But if you move into like a bit more obscure species in tropical Africa, then it doesn't work. Because there is some text online that probably has gone into the training sets of the LLMs, but they are not really representative and they don't really contribute much, I assume, to the training process, and it doesn't, no, it mixes up the different species.
About the cost?
So about the cost, so the reason we moved to Mistral was mostly that back in the time, I guess these things change every month, but this was like a long time ago, so like early this year. And when we were checking like the result that we were obtaining with GPT 3.5 Turbo, I think they were not very good, but it was cheap. Like we could probably do the whole 3 data sets for around 30 to 40 euros, but it was not working very well. With GPT-4, the results were really good, but then we would have needed like close to 1,000 euros. When we moved to Mistral, we realized that we could get more or less like GPT-4 level results for GPT 3.5 price. So in total, we spent like around 50 euros for like 700-800 species. So it's. I think we can ask Mohammed this mechanical Turk cost for CUV.
I would say, I think every annotation maybe 5 per image per attribute, maybe 3-4 cents or something. But
Yeah.
it would can go easily maybe to $50,000 or something, but
Yeah, because with the LLM, basically like 3 cents is what you pay to annotate the whole set of traits for one species.
that's a big difference.
I know there's a lot of species that are described like not in English, and also species where I was also wondering how you use like what species name to use, because sometimes you get information by using the scientific name, but then the common name might be different in different parts of the world. And this is especially true at the end of the long tail. So just talk a bit about that.
Yeah, so we only use the scientific name for now, and also the main bottleneck that we have in that sense is that the binary classifier that we trained to detect descriptions was trained only on English text. So this would only detect. So I think the LLMs would probably be able to deal with text in other languages, but then this classifier doesn't. So I think we just need to make it multilingual as well.
For those traits that are omission errors, I'm wondering if maybe when you go up the taxonomic hierarchy, that can be helpful for getting that context that's missing, because at least for a taxonomic specialist, many of those traits may be at the genus level as opposed to the species level. So that might help fill in your.
Yeah, that would make sense. Yeah, actually, it would probably make sense to start, instead of starting with an empty matrix, start with a matrix at the genus level, and then sort of modify it based on the species information. Yeah, that would make sense.
Thanks a lot. Let's thank the speaker again. So now I have a small announcement. We will start the photo session from now until like 10:30. This is our room ready to celebrate all the hard work that was put into both archival and non-archival submissions. We have about 28 posters. We have one remote presentation that who couldn't make it today. So I would really appreciate us to like interact during this time. So if you want to have some coffee, just grab it quickly or something like that, and come and join us in the poster session. Thanks all for.
The posters will go up here
Yeah.
and then outside on the booth
Yes.
out there. And do we have a numbering scheme?
A numbering scheme. We don't.
Free for all. Find
So-
a buck and
Can we put the sticker posters on the wall? Sticky, yeah. Nice idea.
I think we can.
Maybe we can get those. Or at least, speakers have noticed pretty reliable, even if it's not expensive. I wonder if you do that.
that is a supplement to the wider search that we've done.
No, it's just. Without the mic.
Thank you for
Full name.
You worked in Ecology for like you go to
Okay, so I start. Exactly.
Il problema è che quello che ci deve è andare ai dati, spesso perché so, faccio dire dalla posizione. Esatto.
Hello. Yeah. No, Nasheen, can you hear? Nasheen, can you hear us?
Yes, yes, I can hear you.
Yeah. I can't see your poster. Are you sharing it?
Yeah, I was sharing it, so let me.
So let me. I will try to like.
Yeah, I thought you went for a coffee, so
Basically, like it's we are posting sharing now your poster in the screen where the speakers present. So basically, um, yeah, there are still some people who are hanging on their posters here, but yeah. So I will also, if you just share your screen, that will be great, so that it's clear that there is a presentation. But feel free. I'm just clarifying that your presentation will be on the main screen, but maybe switch your screen. Okay, swap displays, because right now we see the smaller version, the presenter mode.
okay.
I think there is switch button.
Yeah.
Now it looks good. Yeah,
Mm,
thank you.
okay. Now it's good.
Thanks. Now it's perfect. Yeah, thank you. This I think it's yeah. It looks great. Thank you. So just a small note, there is one participation is happening virtually due to like visa issues. So if you want to interact with the remote poster presentation, please come closer to the laptop to interact with the machine.
Oh, no, for the previous also, I think the thinking if I reach that. I know, because I was that for 5 months. That's actually my wife and mom. I'm sorry, yeah, yeah, there's so many things. Yeah. Yes. Well, both the jobs there, but also the balance between all of the things themselves, because there are lots there. All of these are simulations of trying to get some. So I would say this scale as well. And like 5% about you will come example so one thing not the best for following because that's so if no, wait, I'm
For this house, it's very long. Horrifically. So in addition It's so exciting to see, like, I feel so in 2017, we had this like vision, that I went to. So we went there, and there was like 7 all day. 7 people. Right now. And then they.
I think in March.
Yeah. Today, the office. So that pipeline, we're just. And then. Work is not really.
Tonight,
So this is.
Yeah.
So we slice it, it's like. That's the, like. This. One forward. It also.
You look out. Not too much.
So, so we still use that. And so. Yeah, so.
I don't know why it's fun for that. Yeah, that's what I think. It's like it's good
All right, welcome back, everyone. We're gonna resume the second half of the workshop. You can come shut.
Right, I'm gonna yell in the hallway.
Yeah. I think we need you to tell here. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, welcome back, everyone. Thanks for the engagement in the workshop and also in the poster session. So now we're gonna resume the second half of the workshop, starting with a fishnet challenge and a fantastic lineup of the late afternoon speakers, and we will conclude that by the panel discussion. So with that, I'll pass it over to Faizan. We're gonna talk about the challenge and also announce the winners and the awards.
Yeah, hello everyone. I'll be talking about the challenges that we organized as part of this workshop. The challenge is based on the fishnet dataset that was presented last year at ICCV.
Faizan, can you come closer?
Yeah, sure. Okay. So let me first start by giving a brief overview of the fishnet dataset, what it is, and what the task is to be done. So the goal of the challenge was to predict species, genus, and family from a given image. Although the dataset has other higher hierarchical knowledge like order and class, we just in the challenge we just restricted ourselves to species, genus, and family. So based on the dataset, a simple solution one could think of is just you have a class balanced dataset, you put a deep neural network, train it, and you might get a good result from this. But the problem is long tail distribution. So as the fishnet was inspired by cub dataset, which also has the hierarchical knowledge of the species of birds. But how we differ is cub is more balanced. Every class has a fixed number of images, which is not the case with fishnet. Fishnet has thousands of species, and a lot of species have very limited images, making this problem much harder. Yeah. So now coming to the challenge. So the data set consisted of 57,000 images with around 5,600 species. And we organized the challenge in two phases. First, the dev phases to let the teams test out their models, and finally the challenge phase. They both had 10,000 images with all the species represented from the train set in them. So the metrics we used to define the scores of the teams were accuracy at all the three levels. And finally, the winners were judged based on the average score across the three levels. So now coming to the challenge results. Yeah. So first, the dev phase, it started somewhere in May and lasted for 2 months. We had 10 teams participating in the dev phase with around 100 submissions. And the leaderboard of the dev phase was public so that the teams could see how the other teams were progressing. Now coming to the challenge phase, it also lasted around 2 months with 17 teams, and we had around 300 submissions. The leaderboard of the challenge phase was not made publicly available to the teams till the competition was over. But the teams could see their scores, how well they're doing, just for themselves. So at the third place, we had team LJD. Congrats to the team. They did pretty good by getting an average score of around 42% accuracy across all three different levels. A common pattern across all the winning teams is like you have family level, which is much more coarse than compared to species. So the model tends to do better at family, and the performance starts to go down as you go down the hierarchy. At second, we have team Gil Guru. They managed to get an average score of accuracy, which is quite high compared to the third position, which was 42. And finally, the first place was by Team Hus Underwater, which got an impressive score of 69%. I'll briefly explain the approach that was used by the winning team. So they first used some basic augmentations like flipping the image or rotating it to a certain degree and mixing up multiple images of the same species. And they used EVA2, which is a clip network-based backbone, which is trained on a very large data. So it has a pretty good representation if you feed an image to it. Now, the features you get from this model, they fine-tune it on the fishnet trained dataset that was given to them. And they use the standard cross entropy loss to optimize for the fine-tuned layers. Another interesting thing is during augmentations, since the data is not well balanced, so you want to sample the images which are less frequent in the image more frequently. So they used class balancing sampler so that the images which are less representative are sampled more frequently. So the model gets to see them as well. And the final model was consisting of an ensemble where they trained multiple EVA2 clip phones based on different like VIT base, VIT large, and they had multiple such models. And finally, they used an ensemble of all these trained models to get the winning recipe. Yeah, so congrats to the team. Yeah, they'll be felicitated with certificates and cash prize later on. So yeah, this was the challenge that we organized, which lasted for a span of 4 months from 2 different phases. And we had a really good participation. And yeah, thank you, everyone.
Is there anyone here from one of the winning teams? I know quite a few of them couldn't get.
Yeah, I think
visas, but-
team LGD.
Congratulations. I don't know, we didn't make like a nice,
I think
thing, but we'll,
we have it's okay.
we do. Okay, okay. I'll get the picture. Yeah, you get to take the like handshake picture.
Yeah.
Okay. Ah, wow, congratulations. Wait, how do we do it? Ah. Congratulations.
Awesome. Okay. Next we'd love to invite our fourth speaker of the day up, which is Hannah Kerner. While Hannah's coming up here, I can start introducing her. I was incredibly excited that Hannah Kerner was willing to come out to a computer vision conference. This is not necessarily your core community all the time. So Hannah is well, a good friend, but also I think you can just do sign on to Zoom. Yeah, I'm on. Cool. So Hannah's a good friend, but she's also, I would say, one of the sort of preeminent global scholars at the intersection of AI and agriculture, and specifically looking at that from a remote sensing perspective. She's been the AI lead for the NASA Harvest Project for 5 years. Something like
I think so,
Yeah.
actually. Shockingly.
And today she's going to be, she's also a professor at Arizona State University, where her lab works on a lot of these different models of studying the earth and thinking about that much beyond just agriculture. And today she's going to talk to us about geospatial foundation models for earth impact.
All right. Hi, everybody. Thanks for coming back from the coffee break for this talk. So today I'm going to be talking about how we can build foundation models that actually work for what we want them to work for, which is lots of the Earth-related applications in this room and many, many more that are not represented here. So many of you might know that there are thousands of satellites orbiting this planet all the time, more than any other planets. And these satellites are recording observations, images, and other kinds of wavelengths and information about the Earth all the time. So these data sets are, many of them systematically collected, meaning like we have complete coverage over the entire planet at regular intervals. So this is an incredible data set that basically we don't really have this kind of coverage in probably any other domain.
So this allows us to see places and get information about places before we visit them, or maybe without ever visiting them. So for example, one of our projects in NASA Harvest that I'm leading right now is, sorry, the date on this bottom right one is actually wrong, that's 2024. But we can see in Sudan, in a project we're working on with USAID and the Famine Early Warning Systems Network to assess the impact of the war on agriculture and food security in the region. We can see, without being able to go there, that, for example, this area in Al Jazeera is fallow right now, not being cultivated. You can see it looks like very green and kind of weedy versus every year previously at the same time, where things are being cultivated and are quite structured. So we can see not just what's happening now anywhere in the world, but what's happened in the past anywhere in the world. So we actually have these data going back to around 1972. So it's an incredible amount of data and resource of data about many applications on Earth. So we have these huge unlabeled data archives. And historically, a big challenge has been that very, very little of this data is actually labeled or annotated for us to be able to do supervised learning, which is still, really the prevailing approach in Earth observation tasks. So obviously now in the era of self-supervised learning and foundation models, we'd love to be able to train models on this massive amount of unlabeled data. And again, I underscore this massive amount where these data sets that we have are orders of magnitude larger than the largest data sets that are being talked about elsewhere at this conference and machine learning conferences. So Common Crawl snapshot used to train GPT-3 was about 45 terabytes before filtering. That's like a day of satellite data. So just one of the ecosystems of satellites by the European Space Agency has 66 petabytes of data, and that's over like the last 10 years. So you can imagine what this entire archive that we have is like. It's truly mind-boggling. I don't have enough time to keep telling you how amazing it is in this talk, but we can talk about it later. So, okay, great, LLMs are nice, but can we do this for Earth observation data? Can we have not just large language models, but large Earth models, or as I'll talk about more, maybe not large, maybe like small to medium models, we'll see. So we'd love to be able to take all of this insanely diverse large amount of data that we have collected and continue to collect about the Earth and pre-train models that we can use off the shelf to very quickly get some results for some new tasks, for a huge diversity of tasks like forests, methane, agriculture, and any of these applications that we're talking about, species distribution modeling, et cetera. So if we're going to create these models, what do we need from them? What do we need these models to do? Well, for one, they should work. That's a given. They should work better than a random forest, we hope, which is kind of the state of the art right now in a lot of Earth observation tasks. You might be surprised to know. But a huge challenge of this is that we need to generalize to an incredible diversity of downstream tasks, right? So these are just some of many global scale mapping projects in different domains where we need to be able to detect global illegal fishing vessels, plastic waste sites, forests and forest change, agriculture, whether it's actively growing or not, what land cover and land use are in a given scene, renewable energy infrastructure, individual buildings, coral types, and different health status. So these are just some of the types of tasks that we need to generalize to. And with all these very different types of tasks, everybody has the type of data and the shape of data that they want to use, and that's best to use in that task. So here I'm showing each of those mapping projects from the previous slide, and the instruments from satellite data sets that they feel are the best sources of data for their task. So you can see this is an incredible amount. I mean, this is only a very small amount of the data sets that are available in remote sensing, but there's some overlap between them, but a lot of them want very different kinds of products to be able to find what they're looking for in this Earth observation data. So there's a huge diversity of sensors that we need to accommodate for these diverse tasks. And the shape of the data that is best for each of these tasks is different too. So for some of these tasks, a pixel time series is the most informative information for the task. So how something's changing over time, or what it looks like in other spectral dimensions. Whereas for some of them, maybe you don't need temporal information, but the spatial structure in an image is the most helpful. So there's not just one shape of data that fits all for all these different tasks. And if I'm going to be using this model, if I'm hopefully going to be able to just load up some pre-trained weights in PyTorch and be able to get going, I then need this model to let me use a lot of different types of sensors or input shapes that are available. So if a foundation model only accommodates Sentinel-2 optical images, but the best thing for my task is Sentinel-1 radar images, I'm not going to change my task. I'm just not going to use your model. And it should work anywhere in the world, right? So it shouldn't only work in certain places in the world where there's a lot of data, especially labeled data, especially because we kind of have no excuse with satellite data. It's systematically collected everywhere. So if we're doing self-supervised learning, there's no reason we should have bias models. And finally, like I hinted before, maybe we don't actually want it to be large, right? Davis said in his talk earlier today, like bigger models, more emissions. We don't want that. We don't want to emit more than we're trying to conserve with the problem that we're working on. But also, these performance-related requirements are one of the foremost concerns to end users who are doing these global mapping projects. And that's because a lot of times we forget in machine learning that the goal of geospatial foundation models is nearly always to make a map. So we actually want to make these contiguous predictions over very large areas. So for the whole world at a 10 meter per pixel resolution, this could be like trillions of predictions at one time to make one map. So we actually care a lot about inference time multiplied over millions of samples. So there's been several models that have been proposed in the last couple of years, all very exciting in different ways, but there's still a lot of limitations of what we have already. So most of these models are trained on data from at most 1, maybe 2 sensors. And if they incorporate time at all, which most of them don't, it's maybe 1 to 3 time steps, not like an actual time series. Whether they work anywhere in the world is pretty questionable. A lot of them are trained on very biased data sets that actually are kind of remnants of supervised learning, or they're evaluated on data sets that are very localized and don't have any sort of global coverage. And they're definitely not small enough for large scale inference. So this is like to scale a number of parameters. In the model that we currently have deployed with NASA Harvest, this little red dot, compared to previous foundation models that are, you know, a lot of them VIT kind of level with 100 million, 300 million parameters. So this does not scale well, especially for global inference. And another big limitation is that a lot of these approaches are kind of just like lifting and shifting what we have from computer vision or looking at natural images, where we really aren't thinking about how much information is in this temporal and spectral dimension of satellite data, because it's hard to think about. It's really hard to visualize, but there's a huge amount of information in those dimensions. And this is something we talk about a lot in an ICML position paper this year, if you're interested to read more. So we set out to create a model that would immediately in the diverse satellite learning use cases. So we want other people to be able to immediately use this model, but also we ourselves in NASA Harvest really need to immediately use this model. So we're kind of our own customer in this way as well. So that was our driving design criteria for this model that we've released this year called Presto, which stands for the Pre-trained Remote Sensing Transformer. And it's led by PhD student Gabby Singh here. So Presto is a transformer model. It's a mass autoencoder model. And we take as the input many different input sensors. So we have, again, we have this data everywhere in the world. So for any location, we can get information from all of these data sets. So we have Sentinel-2, RGB and multispectral data, Sentinel-1, radar, precipitation, temperature, these climate variables, dynamic world land cover, elevation, slope, the location. These are all included in the input. But we pre-train it using structured masking so that when some of these inputs might be missing at test time, it's okay, the model doesn't mind. So it's robust to these missing channels, missing time steps, etc. It's, again, a transformer model, but we actually, I know this will shock people, do not have a spatial dimension in the image. It is pixel time series, which you will see is actually extremely informative for a lot of tasks. I know it's counterintuitive, but there's so much information there. And because we do that, that means the model can be way smaller than if we had image inputs. So it's a much, much smaller model, barely bigger than the previously deployed model with Harvest. And we sample the data globally to be as representative as we think we can be. So stratifying by hemisphere, biomes, land cover, et cetera, to try to get good global coverage of all these different regions. So again, we pick these points and then we get the satellite data that matches those points. And we evaluated Presto on as many diverse tasks as we could, all with different kinds of input shapes. So some of these tasks are time series, like our model, but some of them are also image tasks, like the Eurosat land cover classification task, for example. They have a very wide variety of fine-tuning examples, sizes, different types of tasks, classification, segmentation, regression, lots of different geographical regions across the world. And what we find, I'll refer you to the paper for more detail, but Presto, again, despite having dramatically fewer parameters because it is a pixel time series model, it's 1,000 times smaller than these comparable models. We get comparable performance and even better than the state of the art in several of these tasks. So that is a huge win. And another huge benefit, especially to all of the people using this, is that fine-tuning is extremely accessible because the model is so small. It's very easy for people to get started. You can download the model weights in a few megabytes, and you can fine-tune the model in minutes on your slightly old MacBook. And critically, it's usable in a lot of these applications. So we accommodate a lot of the preferred sensors for these different tasks. So the ones that we accommodate are checked. And with these different input shapes, we, of course, natively do pixel time series, but because it's a pixel-based model, you can make it work for images and image time series. So it is the only model that is usable in all of those different input shapes right now. So it's not just useful, we're actually using it. So we're using it in some really challenging tasks of, for example, in this project we have in Maui County in Hawaii to support small scale farmers and environmental justice issues. We're mapping things like taro and other very rare types of crops that we have maybe like 20 labels for, very small amounts of data, getting very reasonable results. And it's not just being used by us, the ultimate test of usability. So the ESA World Serial Project, which aims to create a cloud-based processing system for cropland and crop type detection globally and seasonally update these maps and allow anybody to fine-tune their own models and seasonally update them. They have now replaced their previous model based on expert features with Presto. And so now when you go to use World Serial's tools and maps, that is using Presto underneath. And just some results here, you can see that compared to their expert design features, handcrafted features from the remote sensing data that they were previously feeding into a CatBoost model, if we just use Presto features instead, they get a pretty significant boost especially on out of distribution data. So when they're generalizing to new spatial regions or new points in time that were not in the data set, in the training data set, they get significantly better results. So are we done? Did we create foundation models that are useful for Earth applications? Kind of, yes. For some of these, they are usable, right? It's being used in World Serial. We're using it in many applications, but there's still a long way to go. We're still not even close to done with this problem. So again, yes, we accommodate lots of these sensors, but there's still huge gaps in what's being accommodated. There are many sensors that are not available to these models. And again, these are just a drop in the bucket of like the hundreds or thousands maybe of available sensors and like derived data products from remote sensing. So we, and again, the input shape, yes, we can accommodate it with a pixel time series model, but we'd like to be able to natively handle any input shape. So our models should be a lot more flexible to the different modalities and shapes of data. No one has really explored at all how scaling laws work for remote sensing data and machine learning. So these kinds of scaling laws that are pretty well defined for language models at this point in terms of amount of pre-training data, size of models, et cetera. We really don't know like what doubling the capacity of a model will get us for remote sensing. We assume it should do the same thing, but it can be pretty counterintuitive from what we found in a lot of work. Evaluation is still really difficult. There are a lot of benchmark tasks, but they're still not very representative of all of the different types of things we want to do in Earth observation. Doing consistent evaluation is really hard. A lot of times, like the results you see reported are using like different normalization or different levels of data products or something. So the comparability is a huge problem for geospatial foundation models. We really need easier ways to test if a model is going to work in our task. What happens right now is that like people publish entire studies on testing if a foundation model works for their tasks. Because what happens is it's not like logging onto ChatGPT and seeing in minutes if something works. You're like, oh, maybe this model will work for my task. And then you work on it for maybe 6 months at least. And then like maybe you get some satisfying result. And then you have to publish paper on it because it took so long. Like this is not how we want to use foundation models, right? We should have better ways of assessing if it will be applicable for our task. And the benchmark results are not the way we can do that right now, unfortunately. And relatedly, we really need easier ways for people to use these models. So trying to integrate them into platforms that the end users are using, like Google Earth Engine or different R packages, somehow making these more accessible so that people can just get started with it. Because what happens so often is, someone who's like an ecologist or an archaeologist or an agronomist or something will see this and they're like, oh my gosh, this should work for me, right? And it's like, yeah, let's see if one of my students can work with you. It's so hard for people to get started, even if you are an expert and even if you're trying to make it accessible. So thank you all. And hopefully I've convinced you that this is a worthwhile effort to be working on, but we still have a huge amount of work to do. So let's all try to build some foundation models that we can actually use. Thank you. Do you have any questions? Yeah.
So I saw you're working with the pixel time series. Is there any kind of data cleaning process, talking especially about the aeronautical clouds and atmospheric conditions, how it's impact the time series?
Yeah, so in this data set, we aggregated things to a monthly cadence. So like Sentinel-2 is every 5 days, but we take the least cloudy observation within a month. We do something similar for the other data sets. We've done some experiments where we don't do that. We just like use the 5 daily or something. And, it doesn't have a huge impact on the performance, but a huge challenge with that is like, if you're not trying to resample everything to be in a common temporal resolution, then you have like Sentinel-1 every 5 days, and you have, or sorry, Sentinel-2 every 5 days, Sentinel-1 every like 7-ish. And others, you know, sporadically, maybe Landsat 16 days. So aligning these is really hard. Yeah. Evan?
Talk, for the last point about like incorporating this in workflow and such, is there a little work happening in like more interactive use of the models? Like, it's just so heroic to make a map evolve?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think like ideally we would be able to have some interaction and even like be able to incorporate feedback. That would be great. Or be able to see, okay, you like immediately make a map and then you can choose more samples for fine tuning, these kinds of things. Like right now, that's just not happening at all because models are not like integrated in a way. An end user would have to build that themselves right now, essentially. Yeah.
It just seems like one map won't supervise the next. Like our training samples are so rare, like we made a map, like.
Right. Well, and what's crazy is right now just getting to the map is such a huge effort. And then you've made it and you're like, okay, is it good? I don't know. Yeah.
Besides, large scale inference needs smaller models. Could you say something about how we manage these smaller models, like with instilling knowledge from that? Domain knowledge somehow to, you know, single pixel, shorten your input and just make it smaller, like single pixel and input that.
Right. Yeah, so in this case, we're using our domain knowledge that pixel time series are extremely informative for most tasks. And so we choose to use a pixel time series model for that reason. So that makes the model way smaller. I think, you know, if you had like an image-based model, then doing some sort of flexible adaptation of model size, maybe depending on like the metadata or the task or something. We'll have some more work in this line in the future, but yeah, there's right now, nobody is doing that.
Okay, from scratch.
The pre-trained model, yeah, we're training from scratch. Yeah.
There was a question online about, I mean, it was maybe more of a comment than a question, but just to make sure that the people online feel like we do know that you're there.
Yes, we hear you.
Arlie Shapiro mentioned another geospatial foundation model called Clay.
Mm.
I don't know if that has some like specific connection. Actually,
Is
there's
the
a lot
comment
of
that
different.
Play exists?
Yeah.
Or, okay. Yeah, there are
There are a lot of
there are
foundation
models. Yeah.
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 Smaller, train smaller model because they're used to the smaller, but you also said you want to incorporate more sensors. Are these two at odds? And also, like, eventually models will become huge anyway. So once you're going to, like, shouldn't the remote sensing community adapt in that way?
Maybe. I think the issue is that like the inevitability of them becoming huge and like that actually leading to better performance is not at all a given in remote sensing data. Like right now, we don't see that that's the case. And maybe that's just because like they're not properly formed, right? Like we're wasting a lot of parameters. I don't know. But I think, yeah, I mean, theoretically, more capacity should bring us more performance or applicability. But I think we have to try to do this in a way that that scales well and doesn't like if we're going to increase the capacity a lot, it should be worth it. You know, we shouldn't be having like trillions of parameters and getting a 1% increase from a random forest. And like this sounds silly, but that is actually where we are right now. That like a 300 million parameter BIT large doesn't get us a lot more than a random forest in a lot of these tasks. So like I agree, theoretically, like that would be great, but that's not where people are right now. And the question about like more sensors must increase the capacity, maybe. So I think there's a lot of interesting work now on multimodality or multimodal self-supervision, where even, you know, just in regular kind of mainstream computer vision research, people are trying to make models not dramatically increase with dramatically increased modalities. So I think that's where we can get creative.
Okay, maybe just one more question and then we'll have to move on to our next speaker, but I'm sure Hannah would be happy to talk to you the next, like after the workshop as well.
I'll be here all week.
Okay, I had a question that's actually following up on that I would love to ask. Which is when you talk about 1% better, or you know, so even some of the results you showed, like it was a nice healthy gain, but like a couple percent. What does that actually mean for their end users, and like how much is good enough?
Yeah, so that's a great point. And really what's happening here is that the benchmark data sets are not that informative. So, you know, you might see like a few percent gain or even a few percent loss or something on your metrics. But in the end, people really need to see the map. And like there are all these other things where like you might get an improvement on your metrics, but then the map looks like absolute garbage. So there's a lot that goes into assessing that usability. And that was again like a globally aggregated metric that I showed. But what we often care about is worst case performance for subgroups. So you might see that like globally it's a few percent improvement, but locally, let's say on like cropland in Africa, we get a 15% improvement, but it's basically the same in France, which was already good. So there's a lot more fine-grained evaluation that takes place for end users.
Yeah, I'm sure a lot of the ecologists in this room
You
can
might
relate to that.
understand.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Hannah.
Thank you, everyone.
So next we're gonna invite up Erin Moreland. Again, I'm so happy with the speakers at this workshop. It's such a cool and diverse group. We're incredibly lucky to have Erin be coming all the way from the West Coast of the US. And Erin works at the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, where she specifically studies populations of seals in the Arctic across a bunch of different species. And so she's gonna be talking to us about aerial surveys for ice seals and polar bears. And I think that looks maybe there. Oh, I see. Huh. Maybe if you share the screen slightly differently, we can just share the full screen instead of sharing.
Thank you. It's really great to be here. It's really wonderful and exciting to hear all of the overlap between what are often very siloed disciplines. So I am an end user. I feel like I need a badge or something.
Yeah, I think, sorry, I was just thinking this is on your computer.
Oh, the sharing, yeah, sorry.
No, it's no worries.
So my responsibility is to conduct these large-scale surveys out over the frozen sea ice to estimate populations of ice-associated seals and polar bears. And I'm going to give you a little bit of background on how we do that and our efforts to incorporate machine learning models and our goal of having that happen in real time. So the map on the right shows you where we conduct surveys off the coast of Alaska out to the United States exclusive economic zone, the border generally. The critters that we're looking for are over here on the left. These are all really broadly distributed species throughout the Arctic. And our primary responsibility is for these 4 species of seals. And then of course, polar bears are feasting on them as they're able to. And so we collaborate with the Fish and Wildlife Service to include polar bears in our survey efforts. So all of these species are really strongly associated with sea ice. The seals use the ice in the spring to haul out of the water, give birth to pups, rear their pups, go through an annual molt cycle where they're literally shedding off their coat and growing a new one. That takes about a month. They haul out of the water for that. and then of course to rest. So that gives us an opportunity to count these animals from the air. All of these species are really important to indigenous coastal communities, not only in Alaska, but throughout the Arctic. And because the environment is so harsh, they're so broadly distributed, it's been very difficult to assess their abundance and trends over time. So the way we do this right now is we use some multispectral imaging in an aircraft. So we fly a suite of 9 cameras. They are mounted in an open air belly port of an airplane. We use the long wavelength infrared thermal cameras to detect animals. Those are paired with high resolution color cameras, and we've more recently incorporated ultraviolet imaging to help with polar bear detection. They're extra tricky. So all those cameras are in the plane. We fly at an altitude above 300 meters, and we're collecting imagery continuously. So those track lines are when the cameras were operating. Those are on effort track lines. So when we started this work back a decade ago, we literally bought off the shelf professional Nikons and Canons, stuck them in an airplane and destroyed them. So as we learned in the way that we generally do through trial and error, we upgraded our cameras before we moved to the Chukchi Sea in 2016 to use machine vision cameras, which are built to run continuously. They also allow integrated management of the data, which is really important. And we upgraded the thermal cameras to provide us with cleaner imagery. They're all still really low resolution. Our thermal images are around like 640 by 512 pixels. We get about 20 to 30 centimeters per pixel for an animal for the ground sampling distance. But the cooled thermal cameras create a cleaner picture. It looks like a higher resolution image. Before serving the Southern Beaufort Sea, we added the ultraviolet cameras as part of to collect some imagery of bears with UV, and integrated an inertial navigation system that allowed for accurate mapping of our imagery on the ground, and the alignment, the really important alignment between the different modalities, these different cameras. We also incorporated control computers that had GPUs on board for not just running models in real time, but also other image processing tasks that need to happen. So this is an example of what those images look like. The thermal image is on the left, white is hot, black is cold. Your eye is probably already matching the ice flows to the paired color image. You've found the seals in the thermal image, and then we can zoom in and identify species. So these are 2 bearded seals. This is an example of just a different type of sea ice habitat that we fly over. There's a polar bear in that image. We're not gonna wait for you to find it. It is right there, hiding right in the middle. So this gives you an indication of how these different modalities help us or can help us find this polar bear. So we detected this bear in the thermal, but you can see there's less contrast between the bear and the background. Bears just are much more variable in their thermal signatures than seals tend to be. So the addition of the UV on the right provides a little bit more consistent contrast. All animals are going to absorb ultraviolet radiation, and but so is water, and so are a lot of other things. So we get a lot of false positives with all of these in all of these types of images. So we fly the plane, we collect millions of images, and we extract the animals, we map those. We have our raw data that's going to go into our statistical analysis. So during that, we incorporate, because our habitat is actually temporary. Our habitat is melting and moving during the course of the survey. So we need to incorporate a lot of data from satellite imagery to describe the sea ice habitat at the time of the survey. We also need to account for availability. That's the portion of the animals that are out of the water and on the ice. We do this by tagging seals and then modeling their behavior to develop haul-out models, so we know time of day and day of year what the probability is of an animal being in the water. That's how we account for animals that are underwater. And then we measure detection rates for whatever detection approach we're using, species misclassification rates, and aircraft disturbance to the target species. And then we include uncertainty from all of those processes in the precision estimate. And then we end up with an abundance estimate, and then also distribution maps for any ice conditions that we've encountered. So you can see in the maps on the right, this is early in our season. So this is like early April. There's heavy sea ice in the top frame. And then you can see that there's bearded seals are more concentrated in the southern Chukchi, and polar bears are mostly on the Russian side of the line there. So some of our challenges in applying models is that and we're modeling everything really, and then we're using models to model the abundance, but everything has to be reproducible. So we need consistent response whenever a model is run on the same set of imagery. And then, as I mentioned, we have to independently verify the detection rates. We can't use the output from the model training test run. And as far as model development goes, we're doing something different than looking for, you know, my dog or my cat in my phone images. We have really high resolution images. Our new cameras are 120 megapixels. Our old cameras, these images are from a 29 megapixel camera. So we have changing resolution. We have really variable habitat. This is just the 3 pictures that I've shown you today, and there's a million more variation there. And then there's animals in all of these images, and they're very small, and we need to find them. So it's a little bit of a different problem that has been challenging to find until, you know, yesterday, foundation models to start. And then, of course, as all good biologists, we have major class imbalance issues. So we've got over 17,000 annotations of ringed seals and only about 250 polar bears. So the models that we've currently been using are really old. They were developed in 2021. They're YOLO version 3, I know. So we have 3 models. We have an IR only model that's looking for just the hotspots. And then 2 color models. One is detecting ringed and bearded seals, and just those 2 species, because that's the training data that we had with really aligned imagery. And in the Beaufort where we tested this, those are the species you're going to see mostly. And then a separate model for polar bears because they were trickier. You can see we have pretty good indications that things are going to work okay from the model output or the development statistics. So now we have these 3 models. How are we going to actually apply them? When we were first getting into this in 2012 and 2013, I naively thought this should be easy. Warm things are, or seals are warm and ice is cold. And so wherever there's heat, there's going to be an animal. And that's not the reality of remote sensing. So we used a really general like blob counter on the thermal imagery, and then manually matched the color image and then identified species. So now that we have this like suite of models, we have a few options. We can trigger a detection based on a detection in the thermal image. We can trigger a processing of the associated color image. we can also be a little bit more specific and just process the relevant portion of that color image to reduce the false positives that the color imagery will bring. And then the thing that I thought I wanted the most was this early fusion approach where all these images are fused and you have access to all of the different spectral bands that you're collecting at once. But of course, that's really computationally intensive, especially in real time. The first approach has lots of false positives. So we landed in this sort of middle ground where we weren't tied too closely to having perfect pixel to pixel alignment between the different cameras, and but would also be kind of reducing the number of false positives. So the fun part about only getting to your survey area every few years is that you need to collect abundance estimation data for your job, and then you also need to be testing every change that you're adding from the previous approach. So we only ran models in real time for the last 4 flights of the season. That ended up accounting for about 10% of the imagery. One of the nice things that our onboard computers can do is after we're done collecting images, we can run a script that will map out the footprints of the images that we collected. And then if you ran detection models in real time, then you also get those detections mapped as well. And then we have a handy VMA tool. It's an open source tool that allows us to tracks that pixel to pixel alignment between the different images so that we can be considering and annotating and correcting the animals in all 3 image modalities. So at the end of the survey, we process everything back in Seattle, and then biologists review every thermal detection that we get to be safe. And then we have the results from the in-flight processing from those last 4 flights. So this is a comparison of how that compared to the results that we got on the ground using the same models and theoretically the same pipeline. So you can see that the whole computer process kept up in real time. In flight, 99% of the images that were collected were processed in real time. So that's great. We get a list of images that weren't processed. So theoretically, we could run those afterwards. 97% of the total detections were detected in real time in the thermal images, but then we kind of fall off when we get to the color results. So we're not getting the same results in the plane that we get on the ground when we're processing imagery back in the lab. And we, of course, don't know why. So the things that we're exploring, one of the things when the imagery is coming off the camera, it's actually, it's a raw image. It hasn't been debayered yet. So we're training on JPEG images that are compressed and debayered. And then we were running it on the data coming off of the computer. So I'm hoping that that's the accounts for most of it. And we're still evaluating that. So comparing the species misclassification we get between our true species, which of course we are estimating based on multiple biologists assigning species to the images. We get quite a bit of misclassification all around. And then we see similar results from the in-flight process. So it seems to be doing the same type of work, just not registering all of the detections. So in the end, comparing our post-processed data to our final data set, we using this approach, we manually review these 30,000 detections. And if we had not looked at those at all and just gone straight to the seal detections, then we would have found 97% of the same animals. So pretty respectable. The species would have been wrong, but we're going to review them all anyway. So you can see confidence wise or model score wise, for things that are real, it knows it. And then that last column on the right is unknown species. So that is accurately reflecting the biologist's uncertainty as well. So some of the things that we've changed as we're learning, we're now debayering imagery in real time, and then we'll run models on the same type of image on the plane. We're also, of course, testing models that were developed this summer by an intern in YOLO V8 and V9 for performance and speed to see if they can keep up with real-time detection. And we're in a sort of constant state of having students work on tackling the polar bear detection challenge. And we've just recently, this last spring, tested deciding whether or not we should keep an image based on that detection result. So in the end, not bringing back millions of images that literally no one is ever going to look at. This next spring, we're going to be surveying that entire area. So it took us a decade to do it once. We're going to do it all at once this next spring, theoretically. So we should be bringing back 3 to 4 million sets of images. We need to have a sample of the area that we surveyed, but we don't need to have 3 or 4 million images. Anybody interested in sea ice imagery, please let me know. I have a lot. So we're working on getting to a place where we can make decisions in real time to discard images that aren't needed for the study, which is what you did with your brain when you were doing this the traditional way, which is looking out the window and writing down what you see and, you know, missing things as well. That's all I have. Thanks for your attention. Happy to answer your questions.
Thank you so much, Erin. I'm always astounded by just like all of the different pieces of the puzzle that have to go together to get some sort of ecological analysis out of a machine learning model, and like how little of the problem the computer vision model is. Anyway, any questions from the audience for Erin? Yeah.
Is there any way to get this data?
Yes. So some of it is hosted on Lila. Is it called Lila? And yeah, I'll give you my card and I can like ship you hard drives.
There's like a machine learning curated subset on Lila.science that Dan Morris and some of the folks at Microsoft put together a couple years ago.
Yeah, and he actually keeps that up to date. So we had some Kata view imagery and then he switched it out. So yeah, that's a nice source of imagery.
How do you know that you're not counting the same animal twice? Or do you also do like actual detection ID of the animal?
So no, we don't have actual detection ID of the animal. We so the scale at which we're surveying, the probability of us encountering the same animal twice is extremely low. Our track lines are 25 to 50 kilometers apart. And yeah, I think well, I guess we don't know it for certain, but the chances of it happening are really low. So the impact would be minimal. We do in subsequent imagery, we do have to remove duplicates in that situation for sure. They're really split out.
Yeah, it's interesting how different this type of population estimate problem with it's like a sparse species that's not moving fast versus like dense crowd counting of like migrating birds or something. Like same problem, but very different.
The bird people always make me feel a little bit better.
Any other questions from the audience? Oh, there's one on chat. Okay. Oh no, it's just they're just asking about recording. Anyone else? So I had actually one more question. So like it makes a lot of sense, particularly when it seems like a lot of the choices you make are based on resources, which of course they have to be. And this is actually really similar to Hannah's talk earlier, where she's talking about sort of like the resources that are kind of realistic and how much maybe better or worse you get if you do something that's more resource aware. So when you start throwing away imagery, I'm curious about like the policy dimensions of that. Because I feel like every time I talk to ecologists and I'm like, well, maybe we don't need to keep every single camera trap image that's ever been captured of waving grass. And then they get really nervous.
Yeah.
And part of it is like almost this guarantee.
Yeah, I mean, if you keep everything, you can always reprocess it, which is great. So our blob detectors that we used in 2016 gave us over 300,000 detections for about 3,000 animals. So throwing, saving 300,000 images instead of 1 million images, you still, you're not really losing much, but it is this, no one is comfortable with it. Whenever I talk about it with, especially my boss, super nervous about it. He wants everything. Let's collect raw imagery. Let's keep everything. We need to have all data. And so I think there's this funny psychological thing, I guess, that happens with knowing that you can have something, you want to have it. When we monitored species with our eyeballs and our brains and a piece of paper and a pencil for decades. I don't know if you're asking about the actual policy. So the reason I want to discard in the air is because if we land with an image, we cannot delete it. So we have to
That's
maintain
fascinating.
all of
Everything you land with.
Mhm.
But otherwise it's like part of the sensing system. Brilliant. That's okay. Yeah, but that's interesting, right?
Yeah.
Like that, like the resource trade-offs actually are quite different when you have like regulations that
Yeah.
say, for example, every image you land with, you have to keep forever.
Yeah, and we're not, I know there's parts of NOAA with satellite data, they can store enormous amounts of imagery. We're very small. We do not have their budget. We don't share anything. So it is really challenging to, as an example, we collected imagery this last spring. It took me 20 minutes to get it off the plane, and it took me a month to get it into our data center in our building. So yeah.
Thank you so much, Erin. I think for time, we should
Yep.
move on to our last speaker. But seriously. Is Rita here? There you are. So again, super honored to have our final speaker of the day, is Rita Pucci. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly.
Yeah, that's okay.
Probably not quite
Pucci,
right.
yeah.
Okay. So Rita is a postdoc at the Naturalis Biodiversity Center. And she has worked on fundamentally a lot of the different machine learning challenges that we face across the broad gamut of a lot of these ecology challenges, looking at fine-grained categorization, looking at generalization, and looking at things like behavior and traits. And so I'm really excited to hear from Rita. And I think you share your screen.
Yes,
Okay, yeah.
my computer is thinking. Okay.
All right. Yeah, that looks
Thank
good.
you. So hello to everyone. I'm sorry, I know that I'm the most painful one because I'm the last one. Thank you for having me. It's the first time that someone is inviting me to talk in person. So my name is Rita Pucci. As Sarah said, I'm a postdoc in computer vision at Naturalis Biodiversity Center. Naturalis Biodiversity Center is a museum. Natural History Museum is not an academy or something related to computer science. And I work there to study machine learning and how to apply machine learning for annotation. So till now we talk about ecology, so studying the ecosystem, the interaction, and only one ecosystem, or many ecosystems together. I'm back. I'm at biodiversity level, so I study how to identify what is in the ecosystem and how to use images in a clever way to understand what is an ecosystem. But in this presentation, I'm sorry, I just started in this field, so I don't have lots of results, but I have lots of questions. And open questions that I hope next time that I'm coming with the answers. So there is no time to manually annotate data. That is something that all the ecologists in Naturalis saying to me all the time, asking me for the answer. But the answer is only AI, but we don't think how to evaluate AI when we talk about annotation. So, but start from the beginning. So Naturalis Biodiversity Center is a museum. So if you come as a visitor, you can come and see Trix. Trix is our T-Rex, or you can see lots of stuff in animals and discover different things about biology, ecosystem, and all this fantastic work. But on the other side, Naturalis is also a research center for biologists, but now also for computer scientists. And we are a house for different infrastructure that collect data at different levels. Here are only the data, visual data, but we collect also DNA, sounds, sensors like accelerometer, all these things. And we collect data for insects with camera traps, but also collection data from the collection of the museum, camera trap to monitor the biodiversity in urban areas, and images from citizen science all around Europe. In particular, I'm part of a project that is called Mambo. Mambo is a European funded project, and it is focused on modern approach to monitor biodiversity. So what we want to do is to analyze all the machine learning based systems that are behind the ecology, so behind the study of ecosystem. So we want to start from data. So whatever data, understand which type of algorithms we want to use, why we want to use, how to modify these algorithms, and then give the right information to the ecologists so they can do the magic of understanding the ecosystems. But my question was, starting with these new fields for me, I was thinking, which model do I have to use for species classification? Is whatever model is fantastic? So to answer the question, I started with a case study. Obviously, I cannot use all the species on this group, so I decided only for 2 orders of animals, and I decided for insects because the insects are, in my opinion, the most tricky ones. So I decided for Coleoptera, there are like ladybugs, let's say, and Odonata, there are dragonflies for me. So the first problem for me was always, well, you know, we have long tail distribution. So in these data sets with Coleoptera 3000 species, we have a minimum image per species of 2, and the maximum is 11,000. And with dragonflies, is not better. So we have less species, 200. That is, these are species only in Europe, not globally. But also in this case, we have 2 images sometimes, but other species, they have 19,000. So that is the first problem. But with insects, you know, that is not the only problem. We have also that species, they really look alike. So on the image up on the right, we have by row the same genus, but each image is a different species. And I want to identify each of them. Some of them is changing color. Some of them is changing just a little type, the shape, a little bit the shape. So that is similarity among species. But for me, not enough. Then we have also polymorphism. So if you take a data set of insects, for one species, for one label, you have that the animal can appear in different ways. Can appear in different ways because the insects, they have different stage in life. It's not just the dimension of the body, but also the shape of the body. So you can have adults, but before you can have pupa, larva, eggs. Actually, there are more levels of life stages. I got only 4. And they are really different, but they have all the same label. So the models, they have to be able to give the same name to an egg and to the adult. So with all these questions, I thought, okay, let's start from the beginning. Just decide a bunch of models, evaluate them at different ways, and trying to understand the path to follow to try to identify models that can fit better with fine-grained classification, that is this type of classification. So we published a paper that is performance of computer vision algorithms for fine-grained classification using crowdsourced insect image. That means that I took models, I train on insects and I evaluate them. And the images are all from GBIF, so the data set online for animals, and in particular citizen science images. So I decided to evaluate 3 groups of models and to see just what it was different between this model. And I select a model based on how much ecologists in Naturalis they were inclined to use them, but also the most famous models, and also some models that I thought they were interesting to try. So I decided for CNN, VID, and this other group that is locality-based vision transformer. So models that can take in consideration levels in convolutional neural network, but also in something that happens.
Maybe just reshare your screen.
Yeah.
We were doing really well without technical difficulties, so it's just.
But
only
then
a
it's
matter of time.
me coming here. Okay. My computer decided that was enough. Sorry, can you just move? It's okay, we will keep it. So models that take in consideration levels in vision transform and convolution and use the collaboration between the two to extract local feature and global feature. So details inside details really closely related, spatially closely related, but also far away details. So the first thing for me was long tail distribution. So how a model reacts to long tail distribution is always the same. Obviously, if we here the graph is average accuracy, and here there are 5 range of amount of data available per species. So these are species with less than 20 images per species, between 20 and 50, and so on. And these are the species that have lots of images. And we want to understand if the accuracy of the model, when we change the amount of images, is getting better or not. Obviously, it is getting better. We know already that. If we have a lot of data, fantastic. But if we have rare species, how can we decide which model to use? So rare species is not biological rare species, but just maybe ugly species that people they don't want to take images of, or maybe super small species, so not really visible, so people they don't see the species in real life. And we saw that models they react in super different ways. So how to select the model? Not randomly, apparently, because we are interested in understanding this model. So between the model that we tried, we saw that the mixed model, so the one that are LBVT model, they react better when they don't have enough image. Not all of them, but mainly this one is, and the accuracy is really low still, but there is a sort of vibe that something is there. The other level of analysis is, okay, we don't take the label, but we take the embedding. Can we use the embedding instead? How these models that are trained to classify are really organizing the embedding in the space? So here there is the UMAP from the 3 best models that we took in consideration. And we it's not really understandable if they can distinguish or not the species actually. So we tried at genus level, still not fantastic. So we said, okay, we need a number that is saying to us what is happening. So we decided to use silhouette score. If you have suggestions for better metrics, please tell me. So I use silhouette score that is calculating the distances between the clusters that are recognized by the ground truth. So, and for each model that we took in this case, we try to understand if the clusterization of the embeddings is better or not compared to the others model. So here we did at genus level, at species level for Coleoptera, at genus level, at species level for Odonata. So why we are interested anyway at genus or species? Well, because it's okay. In some cases, if the species is really rare, we are also happy if we can understand the genus level, actually. So we always take in consideration the ability of the model also at genus level. And we see that in this case, this model, the mixed one, is really showing us a better way to clusterize information. That means that we can use that for discovery species. So as embedding space generator to classify new species also. The third point of view to analyze this model was the focus of the model. So usually using GradCam to identify the gradient activation of the model, we wanted to see where the model was focused. Why is important? Because sometimes the focus of the model is used to zoom in the image when we do species classification. So we have an image with a small insect. We try to identify where the model is focusing, and we zoom in and we cut the image. That is a practice that is usually used for species classification. Is that correct or not? Well, it depends on the model that you are using, because as we see, the models, they react really differently to the image. So we have convolutional model that not really focus on the body of the animal, but they focus on parts of the body of the animals. VIT models, they focus more on the entire animal. And the mixed model, some of them, they focus only on the part of the body of the animal, the ones that they have the majority of the architecture based on transformer, and the one they are really mixed, they focus on both, on background and on the animal. So how can we decide to use the gradient to focus? We cannot. So it's really important also this analysis. So now that I have all these questions, and I don't have the answer for now, I started to analyze what I can do to understand which type of model to use, but also how to help the model to classify better the images and how to use my images. First of all, well, I opened internship because I wanted students to do that for me, not me. So I started with the rare species. How can I classify a rare species? Rare species are little tiny dots in dataset that are huge with these super common species that occupy the majority of the distribution. So we thought, well, maybe we can use hierarchical classification instead of normal classification. But I tried some experiments on Euclidean space. It's not giving any information for the rare species. So now we are moving on the hyperbolic space to see if the change on geometry can really help in understanding the classification of rare species. It's still open. The second question is, we have lots of images, a lot, and all of them, they have just one label, the species name of the biggest object inside, or is biased by the observer. So in this case, we have this image and we have the species name for the dragonfly. But as we see, the dragonfly as other stuff on top. So they are parasites, they are water mites, and we can classify them, but we cannot go through the entire data set to identify them. So we are trying to understand how to detect water mites on dragonflies, count them, and being able to do a distribution of water mites that are affecting dragonflies in Netherlands. Still open. The one that is started now, finally, is having images like this with two things. We have the flower and we have the insect. The image is classified by the insect, but we want to know when the insect is on this flower. But we don't have the annotation for the flower, and we don't want to do, actually. So what Dirk is, that is my student, is trying to do is have a model that can identify the insect, have a model that can identify the flowers, and then use the model that can identify the flower with all the images that are recognized with the presence of the insect. But then we have another problem, that is the validation. And we don't want experts. So we thought, okay, inside Naturalis, there is a huge data set of eDNA, and eDNA can give us lots of information about plants. So why not use that and integrate eDNA inside the system for validation of the model? So I hope that in 3 months, Dirk is coming with the answer. Last project is really short, this one, because just started, is Tetris. So Tetris is European funded too, and it's based on taxonomy and wants to have models that can identify species on dark taxa. Dark taxa are all the taxa, so all the animals that are not visible or observable by eye from humans. But you cannot also take a picture of them because they are too small. Like, for example, these shells. So these shells are 2 millimeters. They are snails, normal snails you can find everywhere if you can see them. And the only way to have images of them is in collection with microscopes. And microscopes can give you stacked images with super high resolution. So what we did, we had a data set from different museums and private collectors. And we want to have all of them and see if it's possible to classify with machine learning. And the answer is obviously yes. It's really easy for a model to identify species. But the problem now is, okay, I can classify species in the museum. What if I see one of them in the nature? How can I bring this information there? That is what I'm studying now, how to shift from museum to real life, because in the museum we have a data set for the entire collection, for everything on the collection, but that information is not useful if we don't use in real life. But going in real life is a problem, a real problem, because as you see, we don't have only the animal inside, but also the shell is changing color due to degradation of colorization of the body. And also the light is in charge in this case with microscope without diffuse light. So with all this question, I want to thank you for listening. I hope to come back next year to say to you all the answer. That's true.
So maybe in the interest of time, we'll just take one question from the audience so that we can also then move to the panel because we're running kind of late.
Absolutely.
And then, yeah, so is there a question from the audience?
Too tired.
Yeah, I know. We need to like do some group yoga before.
We can do that.
Honestly, all of these different projects sound really interesting. And I also know that there's like a lot of other people in this room who have worked on some of these things, on similar things. So hopefully we can reach out and sort of, try to all build together towards answering some of these hard questions.
I'm really open to collaboration.
For example, I have tried quite hard to get hyperbolic embeddings to work.
Nice.
Very little success.
Oh, no, don't say that to me. I just started. Yeah.
Actually, doing a couple of work, but I think like in this room,
yesterday.
Yeah,
There was a poster of a guy who was doing, actually it's money segmentation, but it's not that far from classification, and he was using for variable for like,
Yeah.
and he reported that his embeddings were like really well separated and geometrical, they're quite nice, so maybe you can.
yeah, no, I know the
Yeah.
because I was here yesterday to see hyperbolics. Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
What we found is it depends a lot on your training data, just
Mm.
like everything else. Anyway, let's call up the panel and thank Rita one more
Thank
time. Okay, so I think is there someone virtually? Anthony. Anthony, are you there? Anthony? Cool.
Yes, I'm here.
Turn your video on and we'll try to highlight it on the screen.
Can you see me?
Is that enough chairs? All right, please come sit down. Aaron and Anthony is, hi Anthony. I guess you can't see us, but
Good morning. No, that's fine.
Aurelie, are you also online? And Toka is online. Oh, okay, actually a lot of our panels online. We don't need this many chairs. Cool. And then how many you said you like as well? In the panel? Cool. All right, so I think what we want to do is start first. So we tried to pull together a panel of people who were sort of working across the gamut of sort of much more on the AI innovation side, and then all the way to the dimensions of actually trying to deploy these on these real world problems. And we really wanted to focus in this panel on what are the continued open questions in terms of the real world use of computer vision for ecologies. And so I think what would be great is if we can start with just introductions from the panel. So introduce yourself, where you sort of, what are the types of things you work on, and maybe where you see yourself on that spectrum from AI development to AI deployment, and then and your institution. So maybe we can start with Aurelie.
Sure. Hi, everyone. My name is Aurelie Shapiro.
Okay, wait, no, I wanted to start with you because I wanted to make sure it was working in the room,
Okay,
and then
is
it's
it
not. So.
Now? Hello, hello.
Yeah. Yeah.
You can hear me?
Can you guys hear? Yes. Yes, we can hear
Okay.
you.
Good. Great. So yeah, my name is Aurelie Shapiro. I'm an independent consultant with supporting various organizations like the UN, the World Bank, and non-governmental organizations with remote sensing, satellite remote sensing. We saw a talk before about satellite imagery. So I use satellite imagery to help countries meet their climate targets, understand where deforestation is happening and why, and also how that intersects a little bit with the agriculture. So I work for the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations. So we're really interested in knowing where people are growing crops. We also saw an example of that. And a lot of that's to do with the new regulations on imported deforestation. So the EU will have a law at the end of the year that says that all coffee, cocoa, rubber, a bunch of other stuff cannot cause deforestation. And so we need to go back in time in 2020 and actually map and understand if those crops were in place in 2020. So there's a little bit of that. And I'm also working, I have a background in biodiversity. So I've been doing a lot of work with wildlife conservation, and now looking at the outbreaks of pandemics related to deforestation, which you can probably understand is a very relevant space right now. And so understanding and modeling how pandemics are stored and how they might come about with deforestation. So thanks for having me. And I'm based in Berlin, Germany. Sorry I couldn't be there with you today.
Maybe Anthony, you can go next.
Hi, I'm Anthony Hoogs from Kitware. Kitware is a small-ish R&D company about 200 employees. We do have an office in Lyon in France. There might be some folks there at ECCV, but unfortunately I couldn't make it this year. I lead a team of about 30 PhDs in computer vision and AI, maybe 30 or 40 software engineers. So on that balance of research to applications, I span the range of it. So we do deployed things that are used by hundreds or thousands of people every day, and we do academic level research that we publish at CVPR, ECCV, et cetera. So our group does a wide range of vision projects. I've spent a lot of time myself, particularly in surveillance and reconnaissance kind of work, satellite imagery analysis. A lot of work is sponsored by the DoD on my team, the Department of Defense, that is, in the US, because they have most funding by far for companies like mine. But we also do a lot of work in this ecology space. We got into this about 10 years ago, primarily funded by NOAA. We work with Erin Moreland, our speaker before the last one, as she mentioned, and we've been helping her with that terrific project, the monitoring in the Arctic. But we do lots of other work for all the different science centers at NOAA. We've created an open source toolkit to help them. It's been used now for at least 6 years at all the different NOAA science labs in the fishery service and elsewhere, as well as researchers around the world. That toolkit, it's called VIAMI, Video and Imagery Analytics for the Marine Environment. And it's by open source, very permissive license for anyone to use. It has some specializations for work in the marine environment, such as dealing with underwater imagery, stereo, stuff like that. So one of my missions is generally to take the funding we have for defense work and apply it to these civilian science problems, which generally would not be able to pay for all of that on their own. So we've been able to do this quite successfully by getting permission to publish our software that's not sensitive on other projects and then use them in this ecology space. So appreciate the opportunity to be here. Sorry I can't be there in person, but hello to everyone there.
Some fun trivia is that Anthony was also in the room at that visual wildlife monitoring workshop in Venice back in 2017. So we've known each other for a long time.
Yeah, that was great. That was a great workshop. Yes, we had a talk there, and yeah, it was excellent.
Okay, Toke.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Good. Well, yeah, I too regret that I couldn't be with you in person today. I think we had an excellent series of presentations this morning. I'd love to interact more with you if that was possible, but unfortunately not. I'm Toke Høje. I'm a professor at Aarhus University in Denmark. I'm, you could say, one of the poor ecologists that don't interact with the Department of Defense or have a lot of industrial backing. I have a background in population ecology and biodiversity monitoring. I've spent a lot of my career counting organisms the traditional way, and fairly late in my career realized that we really should delegate this task to computers of counting whenever possible and identifying or classifying when that's possible. So in the past 5 to 8 years, I've rearranged my research more to interact and collaborate with computer vision scientists and machine learning engineers and data scientists generally to develop, apply, and scale up biodiversity monitoring methods broadly for organisms, but primarily for small things like the insects and other invertebrates that ecologists are realizing are likely plummeting in terms of their population sizes and where we have very little data already. So you could say that I'm an end user in the terminology that was also introduced earlier, but yeah, I think I've learned a fair bit about computer vision in the past 8-10 years, and are now, I think, more and more working at the deployment end of that spectrum, from prototyping to large-scale deployment. So I coordinate a couple of European-wide projects that deploy insect camera traps for population monitoring of invertebrates, and yeah, really keen to further that process of actually delivering standardized biodiversity data for management. Yeah, thanks.
So I'm moderating the panel, not serving as a panelist, but my name is Sarah Beery. I'm an assistant professor at MIT in AI decision making, but my research group, which is pretty young, about a year old, really focuses fundamentally at these intersections of AI, biodiversity, and ecology. And I've been working on trying to deploy, frequently unsuccessfully, computer vision models for ecological problems for about 14 years.
Probably unnecessary. I'm Erin Moreland. I work with NOAA Fisheries, studying ice seals in the Arctic, so I'm an end user. I'll pass the mic.
Hi, I'm Mike Maruman. I'm a professor at KAUST, the King Abdullah University of Science and Technology in Saudi Arabia, where Mohammed is also a professor. And I'm an ecologist, a marine ecologist. I study mostly coral reefs and biodiversity and movements of I am delighted to be here. I'm really on the end user side of the spectrum, and I think what has been a lot of fun is since Mohammed arrived at KAUST, that's been 5 years ago. I immediately took it to try to convert him from birds to things underwater. And I think I'm very happy that we've gotten to where we are now, because there are some fun and interesting problems that come from trying to look into computer vision underwater that are maybe in addition to the problems we have out of the water. But I'm really excited to be here in any way that I can help contribute to the discussion. I'm happy to do so.
I'm Mohammed Hussein. I'm a computer science professor at KAUST. I think I would say that my start, the beginning of my interest in biodiversity has been in the beginning of either my PhD, where I started to look on birds. But I would say I've been focusing more on fundamental research, focusing particularly on recognition of birds using language descriptions. For example, you may describe a species that you may never know by describing how the wings look like, how the plumage look like, how the leaves look like, things like that. And if you do that very precisely enough, that makes tell apart finding species from another, and one of the data sets that we start, what like is a couple data set like verifying habitat and DCSB and glad that Mike be able to forward more on the marine science aspect of that. I'm excited to be today.
Some fun bit of trivia on legacy data sets. That Caltech UCSD birds data set was developed by my PhD advisor, Pietro and Serge Belangi, and they developed it without a single ecologist. And they will tell you today that data set should probably no longer be used, because it turns out that it actually was really important to have ecologists in the conversation, making sure the data was correct. A lot of that data is just not the right species. And so then they followed up and they made the NA birds data set in collaboration with the Cornell Lab of Ornithology, and it's a much more sort of realistic and accurate and kind of representative data set from the ecology side. It's interesting how you can kind of see sort of over time how that progression is happening. And more and more collaboration. Anyway, so the first question sorry for the trivia, the first question that I wanted to pose to all of you, because I think it's quite relevant. So we're seeing more and more that some things work, and they seem to work pretty well, and sometimes they even work well enough to use. So I think many of us struggle to figure out what is good enough. I think that's a big sort of challenge. I'm curious, from your perspective, which I know are quite diverse perspectives, what do you see as the biggest limitation to us sort of achieving our broader goal of being able to, build these models such that they are, useful, deployable, and enable us to kind of scale up biodiversity monitoring or ecological analysis? So maybe that's in relation to the work that you're doing. Maybe it's just sort of something you're seeing in general. But what do you think is the biggest limitation that you're currently facing? Maybe online, if you want to speak up, maybe raise your hand because it's. Yeah, early.
Yeah, I forgot to say where I was kind of in this, in this situation here, but yeah, I guess I'm more of like a user of ML models. I mean, I don't know. I consider myself a smart person. I have like 20 years experience in remote sensing, but honestly, I don't even know where to begin when it comes to like employing a model or what it means. I've experience with machine learning, but I find there's kind of a big, I don't know, there's a big kind of first step in sort of like setting up the infrastructure, training, and that just like, I think scares a lot of people. And, it also requires a lot of, like I said, infrastructure, powerful computers and things like that. We're deploying some models now to recognize, agroforestry, cocoa in Cameroon. And our desire is that we want Cameroonians to be able to understand and run these models themselves. I don't really know how that's even possible or where to begin. I mean, we'd love to see people in Africa building and using these models and understanding them. But it still seems to be like a, I don't know, northern kind of, situation where it's maybe not as democratic or maybe not as open to everyone. People don't have access to these big cloud resources. It's really hard to kind of understand even what these things do or how they work, which is the right model to choose, which is the right infrastructure and so on. So I think that would be, I'd just love to see more of that kind of democratizing access to these computer vision models.
I completely agree. Anthony, you raise your hand?
Yeah, to echo that point, even from a first world problem perspective, I think a lot of folks on the ecology side that I've seen, which is mostly in the marine environment, the NOAA worlds in the US, don't know where to begin with computer vision, particularly AI generally, and often land in the wrong place and don't really realize what could be out there, what benefits they could be achieving. And just as an example of this, I and my group regularly attend the Ocean Sciences meeting, which is a big oceanography conference that draws 3,000 to 5,000 people from around the world. There were a few sessions on AI for oceanography problems there with a couple of different flavors. We had some talks in this session. And outside of this session, there was also a lot of use of AI here and there. But many times, people just didn't know to choose the right stuff. They were using really old models or not using training data effectively, not using simple techniques like training augmentation. Results were probably very suboptimal. They didn't really know what sort of results they should expect to achieve. So I think getting started in this space is not easy. If you have a specific problem, you have a fine-grained problem, a long-tailed problem, what's the best model for you, right? There's no, that I know of, there's no easy way to find that information because there's so much information. Sure, the information is out there, but how do you find this right little bit that's for you when you really don't know anything about it? The usual answer, of course, is to go to your computer science department at a university and find your machine learning person and ask them. But if you don't have that resource or you don't do that, then you're pretty much out to sea. So I think fixing that sort of communication gap somehow with workshops like this, but the ecology community in general doesn't have that. I mean, there are very few, relatively speaking, very few AI experts at Ocean Sciences meeting. I might have been the only person there that I was the only person there I came across who actually was primarily an AI researcher and then was at that meeting. Everyone else is coming at it from the other side.
Yeah, definitely. And I think it's actually really exciting to see more and more of those like fundamentally interdisciplinary researchers kind of emerging. So, for example, like you go to ESA, the Ecological Society of America meeting, I think there were 4 different AI workshops that were all sort of being run and driven by not computer scientists coming in, but actually members of the ecological community, people like Justin Kitces, who are, I think, incredibly effective developers and deployers of AI for an ecological context. And then I think one other dimension with what you said, Anthony, in terms of just being able to sift through the literature, one of the things that we found that is really difficult is because of the mechanisms and the ways that we publish, and often things are not compared sort of in ways that they are directly comparable. We have all these benchmarks, but we're actually really bad at benchmarking. My student Justin Case in the back, he's has a poster specifically about looking at domain adaptive object detection methods and showing that so many different dimensions of sort of progress were actually really just us not being realistic about our evaluation mechanisms and sort of selecting paradigms where we're sort of giving a lot of benefit to one model and not another. And in the end, often gains are not gains. Like nothing is sort of improved actually over many years of supposed progress in that area when we really fairly compared everything. And so it's hard even in the machine learning community as a researcher to understand what is really contributing to performance improvement. And is it, some detail about data augmentation, or is it some fancy loss function that someone developed? Chokin.
Yeah, thanks. Well, a perspective from someone working with in situ sensors for finding small organisms in large images, I think we cannot really rely on what's already commercially available in terms of hardware. So there are certainly limitations in what equipment is available to collect the raw image data. I think it's also a big limitation that we work with models that really don't generalize well because they are still built on very small data sets. And I think a lot of the ecologists that are interested in using computer vision tools, they may have more of a conservation-oriented problem than like big data problems. So they want to understand a specific interaction, say, between a plant and a pollinator in one remote location, and they just can't spend all their life observing it directly. So they put up some sensor system, and that's just a very small problem that doesn't really allow them to build these foundation models for their questions. So I think a lot of the applications in ecology, they don't have the financial backing that some of the speakers today are fortunate to have. And I think that, that is a limitation for using computer vision in ecology. And finally, I think this was also something you mentioned, Sarah, opportunities for the crosstalk among disciplines, networking opportunities like this workshop, which I think is great, I think are needed for the field ecologists to connect to the specialists that can help them automate their observations. So yeah, brief plug for Insect AI. I put this in the chat now as well. It's an EU cost action network that actually also provides opportunity outside of the EU for that kind of crosstalk. More of that, I think, would be great. Thanks.
Always the AI for conservation Slack, which if you're not on there, you totally should be. We're like over 2,500 people now globally. Amazing. Does anyone in the room feel like they really have something else, something different they want to add? Otherwise, I want to maybe, anyone? No? Yes.
Well, everything that has been said resonates for me. In addition to that, I've been encouraged this morning hearing a lot of talk about the development of general models. I see that as a recurring issue for people develop a model. It's all based on very specific data, and then when conditions change, equipment changes, it's no longer useful. I think another issue that I hear about, especially with on the management side of the house, is and stakeholders and management decisions is understanding what a model is doing and explainable models when you're trying to communicate why you're trusting AI in particular. And it seems as it becomes more pervasive, there's more nervousness around it. So those were the only things I was thinking of like that.
I would just add the data management. I don't know if it's the biggest problem, but for ecologists, I think it can be a problem. I mean, even your conversation about what do you do with the images and all and the leading images. I think that it's easy. It's not that hard to imagine that in the near future, getting loads and loads of images might become relatively cheap. But what you do with all the data and how you manage it is a real question that I think a lot of the ecology types are they're pretty notorious for not having really good data management and even know where to put it. And then that can be expensive when you have really large amounts of data. So I'll just add that.
Do you have something to add? Great.
Something that Sarah and I talked a little bit about earlier this summer, but also, so for you guys to develop tools and help ecologists who often need sets to address that problem. We have data sets. And we publish papers on the data sets, but we might dump it in a repository where it's not like accessible to you, or it's not, you're not aware of it, or it's not a format that you can use. So if you like see a really cool ecological study that mentions data that you'd like to work with, it's worth reaching out to the authors and seeing if they would be happy to work with you on a data set paper, because that's not something we do. And so if it would be helpful to you guys, I think a lot of people would be very enthusiastic about that.
And particularly as we want data to be sort of more and more diverse and more broad, I think there's probably some pretty serious impact to be had on bringing together groups of ecologists who are collecting similar data for similar things and starting to construct the types of benchmarks that we need to maybe really evaluate the generalizability of our models. So, kind of like what Hannah was talking about before, we don't have the right benchmarks to test a lot of the things we actually care.
This is actually how FishNet, today's channel, like this channel was exactly the development with the development of conversation finders, which a conversation starting with potential convert range ecology, and while some of my group members and conversation to make the benchmark. So I kind of find it quite.
Yeah. Okay, so I want to, before we maybe open it up to a couple of questions from the audience, I'd love to flip this a little bit on its head, and I'd love for you to, for anyone to remark on what they actually think is maybe the most exciting path forward for this community. And from my perspective, I think one thing that I've gotten really excited about is how some of these modern and large-scale foundation models, things like models that incorporate language or many different modalities, not necessarily how they will sort of be used directly and applied across the board to every different problem, but how they can help experts better interact and discover things in their data that they might not have been able to tackle before because collecting the label training data was so difficult. So like mechanisms for discovering sort of interactions in data between species, or discovering or getting a bycatch in the background of data that we might want to throw out because we don't really know how to store it or how to effectively manage it. I think that interactive mechanism for getting more out of the data we've already collected is something I'm really excited about. Same.
Yeah, I think as we we would love to do, broad habitat analysis on sea ice, and we're working towards being able to come up with, some measures of body condition, which segmentation can support, and we have some little like drone projects that focus on body condition, but being able to apply that to a really expansive and hopefully long-running aerial survey effort really, yeah, just unlocks a lot of new information, which would be really exciting.
And maybe Anthony as well. I don't know. Maybe you have to say it.
Go ahead, Anthony.
About a year ago, gave a talk at the NOAA workshop on AI for environmental monitoring, which happens every year. She draws a few hundred people. And I really emphasized this issue that Sarah mentioned, or this opportunity really of multimodal foundation models and how transformative they could be for the ecology community, for the NOAA community, especially. Because the ability to interact with your data, literally ask a model questions about the data, enables an enormous range of really transformative work potentially for this community as it has for others. So we're talking about primarily a vision language model, but those are common ones that our communities look at on the AI side. But of course, in the ecological space, you have all kinds of other data streams, in situ sensors. In the oceanography world, you always care about ocean temperature, ocean color, salinity, a zillion other things that could be incorporated into these models. So there's huge potential for these models to enable enormous levels of interactive exploration of the data, discovery of anomalies, all kinds of things. The problem is that there's very little funding, as I mentioned before, and across the NOAA centers where we work, people just throw up their hands and say, I could never build such a model. I could never build a big foundation model that would unify a whole bunch of data on the scale of these large models and typically what they might need, because the funding goes out to all these little pieces, like Erin's funding, for example. It's for her mission to do this Arctic mission. Could she set aside 300K of just compute costs to build a foundation model, right? Absolutely not. And that same scenario, and I'm speaking for you, Erin, so pop up if that's not true, but that same scenario is often replicated across all these different labs. So what I was advocating, what I think the opportunity is for NOAA in particular, is to fund it centrally and to have a reallocation of resources to build these foundation models that would be applicable across a wide range of their science problems and available to all the researchers in that community, if not the whole public. Because instead you have all these tiny little labs all collecting their own bits of data and all struggling with this problem, and none of them will have the resources to do this. But the centralized organization could, should it simply choose to prioritize its funding to do that, but they don't. They haven't, and I don't think they will, because it's just not coordinated enough. Individual labs and universities have a harder problem because there is no centralized group, but NOAA has that opportunity actually to build these big science foundation models for these ecological problems, especially at the satellite level where the data is already centralized. And as far as I know, there is no significant impetus within NOAA to do it. I see that as a big gap, but we should all push NOAA, from my perspective, to try this and to build big multimodal foundation models and keep them updated every so often to help this wide range of scientists.
I think Orly's point before about the kind of democratization angle there is a really interesting one, because then essentially what that potentially does is build a mechanism where if countries are centrally designing these multimodal models, then it's almost certainly going to result in a really serious inequality in terms of access. And depending on kind of what that looks like, or sort of where these things are at, evaluated, or sort of how we're developing them, we already see that happening, of course, because we have a lot less data from the global south. But I think, yes, definitely NOAA should build foundation models. And I also think about like all the conservation partners I have in sub-Saharan Africa, where the idea of them somehow central, there's no central body of, African conservation where that type of foundation model could be effectively built across organizations. And there's so many complicated political dimensions that there's probably other things that would come the way first, right? Just even understanding data sovereignty and how that kind of plays into what data we need to collect to be able to train them, and then who owns it and what that looks like. I think is there's a lot of big open challenges there. And I don't know, Orly, if you had anything to add.
Yeah, I think that's why I brought up Clay before. I don't know if you know about it. I mean, I don't know much about all these different models out there, but the one thing that Clay is that it's like a pre-trained foundational model where they've taken all the satellite imagery from the Copernicus program and basically, and they're starting, and it's improved all the time. And that's like a huge, let's say that's a huge resource saving from us that we don't have to train this model, but they basically like, they're even incorporating language models like, find me something that's round and blue. It's a lake. Or square and brown and this and it's agriculture, and so we're using that model to try to identify cocoa that's being grown in Cameroon, like under the canopy, which is notoriously difficult and almost impossible. But we're building things on that model that are allowing us to basically produce things that are kind of unheard of never before. And the wonderful thing that is, like I said, it's free, it's open source. And we can run it on the United Nations supports some of these cloud systems for developing countries, so that we can run these models like on a cloud platform in Python, like for free for anyone. And so I think that's a really, really cool, great step. That kind of, it's kind of propelling some of the stuff to put more of these models, I guess, in people's hands. And one of the things we talk about annotating models and identify things. There's nobody better to annotate, their own areas than, people in these countries themselves. And so that's, I think, a great way to, to bring these kind of different resources together.
Yeah, I agree. And Clay is a great example. And there are a lot of different open source foundation models, particularly for satellite imagery and for that type of data. And one of the things that's nice is a lot of them are trained. If they're trained without supervision, if they're just sort of being trained with some sort of self-supervised objective, then you don't have the same biases in terms of maybe where they're effective. But they always need to somehow be specialized, usually, right? There's usually work you have to do to interact with them, and putting that into the hands of people on the ground is like a wonderful way. One of the things we struggle with is you're trying to think about building a similar thing for ground-based sensors. The sort of all of a sudden everything gets a lot more complicated because the data is not already in hand. I know it's not really in hand, but like you don't have a centralized public resource for all of the camera trap data on Earth. And even if you did, where the camera traps are is really biased. And so there's a lot of ways that potentially foundation models are less helpful for other types of data where there's more bias.
We also, if I could just add one more thing, and what you were just mentioning, like one thing that comes, I think, hugely into play, especially for biodiversity, though, is a lot of the kind of data, and even for the agricultural stuff, it's actually the data protection. We would love to see a model, and we're trying to do this a little bit with Google right now, is like, for example, somebody might have, information on where an elephant is, they've seen an endangered species with a camera trap. You might want to upload that into a model and train it, but you don't want everybody to know where your elephant is or where your sensitive resources are. So it would be like really amazing for us to see ways that people can contribute annotated training data, but somehow, I don't know, with some sort of protected interface that you don't actually know where that data is, or you can't find it again. And we're seeing a lot of that in the commodity stuff. For example, people don't want to share where their plantations are. That's their privacy and their right to that. And we don't want to share publicly where our wildlife is, but obviously there's a lot of like benefit to sharing locations of, endangered species and so on to help save them. So if there's a way we could come up with, I'm sure there's an infrastructure for that, that would let that happen. I think that would be also game changing.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks. Well, I can't help think about how machine learning implemented in species observation portals have changed the way that people interact with nature. That I think is something we may tend to forget. It's also not something that just happened, but we can see how that's engaging a lot of new groups of people in engaging with nature. I think that's a very exciting development. I see how that may also be followed by more standardized data from sensors that can help us understand the degree to which we are making progress on ecological restoration targets or biodiversity conservation generally. I could see that as an exciting development. And I think all of the presentations this morning are really also key examples of how all these tools are developing in fascinating new ways, like the extracting the taxonomic information from books and using that in large language models. I think that's super cool. And the behavioral inference you can make from the drone images. Lots of this is also really state of the art. Maybe one thing that hasn't been mentioned today is how AI is allowing for rapidly scaling up species discovery, how the whole process of describing the 80% of the species that we still haven't described formally, and I think computer vision is playing an important role in that shortfall in biodiversity research as well. Thanks.
A couple of the areas where I see really exciting developments is one is in the behavior space, where historically behavior research is really done one person at a time and has some of these subjective issues, but it's just the scale at which you can collect data is very limited. And so the ability to see tools that might allow that to really go to a larger scale would be very exciting. Also, in some conservation contexts, we have some tools and solutions that we can deploy today, but we can't deploy them everywhere all at once. And in my field, the issue with coral bleaching is commonly discussed. And there are, I think, AI tools, and one of the fun things that we talk about at CalSTOFN is having a fleet of autonomous robots that go around and take all the measurements and watch, because futuristic, where this really might go. But the point is also that even if we have that that kind of reality at some point in the future, I think you still won't be able to deploy all the interventions simultaneously ever at once. But these would give us the ability to know where it might work, where it might actually have the most impact. And so you could be, the reality, I think, when we talk about budgets and what's available for conservation, it's minuscule compared to what it really needs to be if we're going to have a global impact. And so one of the things I think that these tools will help us do is recognize where the intervention will have the most impact and be the most reasonable to try to deploy.
Yeah, there's a nice recent preprint by Laura Pollock, who's at McGill, who is a large scale sort of biodiversity scientist. And she was talking about basically like how much, where we actually need data and what data is actually important for making decisions. And she was looking at essentially like only 5% of the data that we actually collect is kind of valuable. She had some really nice, like, clever ways to sort of explore this across a bunch of different types of data and looking at natural history collections and community science data. But I think we have a lot of data points that don't actually do much to like change maybe the actions we would take or what we want to prioritize from a biodiversity perspective, and being able to be much more intelligent about where we're allocating these limited resources to collect the data that would maybe be most likely to change an action or change a priority or change a policy. Like thinking about the value of data, not just in terms of how much it improves machine learning model performance, or how much it maybe changes the output of your occupancy model, but actually, where all the way down the line, end-to-end evaluation, is this data point actually going to change something about what we're prioritizing? It's interesting and incredibly difficult to actually try to do. Okay, maybe a question from the audience. Anyone? Anyone feeling great? Dennis, I know you have a question.
What do you think we need for really moving forward this paradigm of developing a nice technology and then moving on and really having some like real monitoring solutions that solve the problems that are really needed? I'm thinking about bleaching, thinking about like long tail distributions and many species, we have 0 data points. We always use these as a motivation for our papers, but I mean, in a way, I'm not sure we're really going all the way through to get to the answer that practitioners would need. So what should we do better as a community?
Well, I really like the point you made in your talk at the end when it was in the questions, but you said we don't need the models to work 1% better or 0.1% better. We need the uptake and the interaction with the people who will actually do something with that data. So I think that this is a really good point and a really big challenge that we have to overcome, that see it through to the implementation. I don't know if I have an answer for how that happens, but I mean, I guess if you like anything else, a few successful case studies will hopefully start to spread. So we need to find those cases where it is really being effective and working, and then start copying them, right? Start getting people to copy that approach. So that, I don't think I've answered your question, but that's my thought.
In terms of the community in this room, the computer vision researchers in this room, I feel like one really obvious thing is just we can't keep evaluating like data point wise accuracy as the metric that we're going to optimize for. Because anytime we come up with a metric and we optimize for it, this community will optimize the shit out of that metric. Like, we will crank every last bit out of it. But better accuracy often, and actually Oshin and some of his students just published a paper on this, or a preprint, that's explicitly showing that at some point, improving accuracy does not change occupancy models at all, right? Like there's kind of this, the thing that matters is not what we're measuring. And then again, like sort of to the point I was making before about this end-to-end, like what do we actually care about? An occupancy model changing a little bit often is not going to change your conservation policy or your conservation sort of management decisions. And so I think we need to think much bigger about how we're evaluating improvement and then try to capture sort of end-to-end improvements better so that we're building models that are easier to deploy. And then of course, there's a huge amount of community engagement that needs to happen as well. Anyone? Oh, Anthony?
Yeah, to combine or just riff off a couple of those points, one of the things I'm really excited about with multimodal models, again, particularly vision and language together, or language plus whichever, is the ability of language models to represent lexical concepts tied to visual or sensory data, such that we can really reason and recognize at the attribute level. So one of the keys to fine-grained recognition that makes it understandable and explainable to humans is when the system learns, call them semantic attributes, so properties or characteristics of objects. And traditional computer vision wouldn't necessarily do that. If you were training a model to distinguish objects from one another, it might cue on visual features that don't necessarily correspond to the way a human would describe the object or the difference between them. But with lexical concepts tied in there, you can now get descriptions like, well, this is species X, not species Y, because there's a yellow dot behind the right dorsal fin or something like that. And that becomes very intuitive to humans. So I think there's that huge potential I was mentioning, but it enables very low shot learning too. Zero shot learning, you can literally write down a description of in natural text of what the object is or why it's different or rare, and the system has some hope of finding it. Now, I don't think these systems will work out of the box. I think they need to be fine-tuned on our domain. So coming back to your benchmark question or point, when we take, certainly what we found is when we take off-the-shelf models, they have some level of accuracy on some stock data set in computer vision. We then apply them to some natural scene data set that's underwater video, for example, sometimes satellite imagery. Performance really drops off. And I do a lot of work in the video tracking community, and I tell people and whenever I can that there's nothing harder than tracking fish. So tracking fish in a video, especially when there's schools of fish, is exceedingly difficult because they're zooming all over the place. They all look alike, and especially when they're schooled, so they're all the same species. The image quality varies greatly with depth, which is not true in above water imagery and so on. So if you can really track fish accurately, you may have solved the tracking problem, and we're a long way from that. So I think that's a big barrier. How do we fine tune these models effectively at scale to getting that kind of performance we want on real world ecological data that comes close to matching? And are the metrics lined up properly, as you said? I mean, if you're just looking for overall accuracy, that's often not going to help with these problems. There are measures for long tail distributions too, which are helpful to use. But
One of the biggest a couple of things. Obviously, as we all agree right now, that there are two things. That there's a verticals, which are the use cases. This includes, for example, a problem like species discovery. Another problem is maybe in air science, I want to predict the temperature rising in the next 100 years or something like that. I think this is the vertical. The horizontal is basically the metric. For each one of these verticals, there are subject matter experts that we need to talk with. I think, because I think those metrics for those horizontals to measure every one of these use cases will depend on what behavior ecologists or what experts subject matter think is the right thing to do. That's why I truly believe that computer vision research needs to be informed by more discussions in this field. So, for example, let me take the example of species discovery. I think in your life, Mike, you have worked on discovering some marine species. And that's really also the Toki's point that more than 80% of the world species has not been yet named or discovered. So how are we going to build basically technology that accelerate our understanding of those species so that we can identify fine-grained species from another, addressing the long-tail distribution, but not only that, can we accelerate species discovery? Can we have a ChatGPT-like model that tells us, hey, I can observe now a fish. This is sufficiently different to certain attributes, the eye color, or maybe the gills or something like that, that can qualify us to be a suspect to be a new species. So this kind of information of how can we do that more accurately, more assistively, requires more discussion with ecologists. Same thing for the sea earth science. I have a discussion with one of the earth science scientists at Gauss. They have this kind of terabytes of data. This also is to what Anna's talk today. And they run, I don't know, more than 57 really heavy compute models in order to get more accurate predictions. And one of the things that seems that he cares about, how can you make this accurate prediction with a lightweight model so that you don't have to run really differential equations for 57 like different models and then average predictions. So this will make this a useful machine learning that can reduce the carbon footprint because you don't have to run a lot of compute in this case. So I think what the point I'm trying to make is basically the more we understand the core problem is as expert, I would say, that this is a meeting where we want to have more of these interactions, the more we get closer to identifying those metrics are, and then we'll have a clear measure for progress than those metrics that maybe don't mean much.
I think there was one question in the back, and it's will be the last question, and then we're getting close to the hour. So go ahead.
Thank you. Perhaps a provoked question. As AI researchers in computer vision and machine learning don't have a good history of thinking about societal biases. You look at facial recognition, medical image analysis. There's a lot of new work showing that a lot of these kind of old works, like reinforcing gender stereotypes, reinforcing racial discrimination. Simultaneously, ecology conservation monitoring doesn't have the cleanest history in terms of kind of methods in the past and around the world. So now, as we're entering a new kind of era of machine learning and ecology conservation, how do we make sure that we're not bringing these histories and into the future? And is it a matter of education? Is it a matter of regulation? Interested in hearing thoughts.
I would say that some of the points we brought up earlier about making sure that models are kind of accessible, I guess, and that I think does include an education component. I've been trying really hard to figure out, like, how do you train an expert ecologist or a conservation practitioner to not, like, you know, be a machine learning researcher, but to just have the right intuition about how to pick a model, how to structure like a training and test set, how to evaluate something effectively. Like, these really robust application skills, I think, are something that we need more capacity for. So at this like CV for Ecology, like work sort of school that I run, we're going into our third year of it, where we're trying to figure out how to teach ecologists, expert ecologists, how to effectively apply computer vision to their own problems. I think that education is a huge part. But again, even then, we try to accept global applicants, and then we run into visa issues, funding issues. I mean, we find funding and then they can't get a visa. So there's still always these barriers. So one of the things we're doing now is we're working with the African Institute of Mathematical Sciences and also with IIT Delhi in India to try to build basically like not quite franchise versions, but run versions of this type of educational program directly in countries where people are actively doing a lot of conservation work and want to apply computer vision. That does not solve the problem that these models exacerbate bias, and that will have implications no matter what, right? Any other, does anyone else have something they want to say? Yeah, Anthony, go ahead.
Yeah, one big thing that comes up in this topic for us is explainability and trust in the models. That's one of the barriers we see to using AI, and particularly larger AI models and anything attached to a large language model in a number of scientific domains. In fact, it's often used as an excuse not to try these models because we don't know if they're being honest, literally, or if they're hallucinating, or if they're being faithful to a physical model that might underlie some process or is known. For example, in the fisheries world, there is a long history of using these very formal statistical models for assessing and establishing population estimates for the species for commercial fishing. That's one of the main things that NOAA Fisheries does. And they have a very approved, strict way of doing this. So any modifications to that would create two problems. One is you have to prove that it's just as valid as the model that you have there today. And the other is that you have to make it compatible with the estimates in the past, even if they were flawed. So there's a lot of barriers like that around using these big, scary AI models for science problems. You know, how do you know, not just convince the scientists to try it, but how do you actually know and prove that these models are legitimate and are really giving you literally an honest answer and assessment? Just detecting things on imagery is a little easier because you can measure its accuracy and so on. But when you're plugging those models in to some larger estimation framework, and what sort of biases are in those models, and what are they missing, what kind of errors are they likely to make, those things need to be accounted and vetted properly. And there's a lot of open questions there that prevent even simpler AI models from being used in those applications. So I think when we get into these science problems, we have to have a stronger basis for trust in these models. And so the whole area of explainable AI, responsible AI, assured AI comes into play here in a big way.
But Anthony, also, like, one of the other things I think we need to figure out is just how do we talk honestly about how much we should have trusted the existing paradigms? You know, we're talking about peering your head out of a window and trying to count stuff, or like you're talking about these really formalized population estimates for commercial fisheries. For the salmon fishery in Alaska, there's a huge amount of that model that's literally just multiplied by 6. And like one time, 20 years ago, they came up with number 6 based on some small data set, and that's like, that is it. We multiply by 6. Like, it's not, they're not that trustworthy either, you know?
Right. But it's the established procedure, and yeah, that's the problem, and it gets very, very political because it has such economic consequences for the fishermen. Yeah.
Of course. Yeah, there's definitely, again, kind of this interesting psychological thing that happens when people can see more There's sort of this easy letting go of what I didn't know and I accepted before, but now that I can see it here and I can see that this is wrong, even if it's wrong by like 2 centimeters and it doesn't matter that it's wrong, it can be very difficult for people to let go of something that they now can visualize and see, even though they very happily accepted a lot of assumptions because they couldn't see it for decades. And yeah, it's a really big conversation that's happening and probably a lot of spaces, or a conversation that isn't happening. And I think, yeah, these kinds of education of everyone and broad group discussion is really helpful.
Anyone have any final thoughts before we close out the panel? Awesome. Yeah, I think, well, one, I think we're all gonna have jobs for a while, so that's good, because there's a lot to do. Thank you all so much for coming and staying to the bitter end of this workshop. We've like consistently had over 50 people in this room. It's really awesome to see just like the enthusiasm and the participation. And I'm really excited for the future of this community, even though I know we have a lot of work to do and there's a lot that we need to change. But we'll do it together, I guess. So, and do you have any other thoughts, Mohammed?
Hopefully see the same audience maybe next year, whenever the next time.
All right,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks all.
Thanks, everyone. Nice to meet you all.
Yeah, thank you so much to our online panelists. So great to have you.
Thanks for inviting. Bye.
Okay. Appreciate the opportunity. Take care.
You guys put together great.
It's interesting, like sometimes I. Like instead of like people that are creating social, they have like frames. And then like people do that. Yeah, to know that but interface is not possible. Basically, like it makes and then so that yeah, but I guess for example, like, yeah, I work with independent next to a lot of ways, there's also like thermal signatures that really, and they actually started with you guys were like, I didn't look at the and then like I took it like once or then but
like combined.
That kind of thing.
Anyway, yeah, just like, I combine like several things, but it's actually model, like, I thought it did, and also. I wasn't thinking because that. Yeah.